Welcome, dear friends, to a night of delightful tales and soothing serenity. As the gentle embrace of spring wraps around us, it's time to let the day's worries melt away. You've spent a beautiful spring day, and now it's time to unwind by the cozy fireplace. Here in this peaceful haven, calming stories await to guide you into a realm of sweet dreams. Let the warm glow and crackling sounds of the fire invite you to relax as we journey together into the heart of a tranquil night. Settle in, let go, and prepare for a restful slumber. Story 1. In the quiet, winding lanes of the village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering pines and silver-barked birches, there was a hush that settled each evening like a soft, woolen blanket. The air was often scented with cinnamon and wood smoke, and if you listened closely, you could hear the gentle chime of the old clock tower marking the hours with a mellow, bronze tone. But for the past 3 nights, something peculiar had been happening, something that set the entire village abuzz with soft-spoken wonder. It began on a Tuesday, just as the first stars were beginning to prick the darkening velvet of the sky. A little girl named Lyra, who loved to stargaze from her attic window, noticed that one of the stars from the constellation known as the Weaver's Spindle was missing. Not faded, not clouded over, simply gone as if it had been plucked gently from the heavens. The next evening it was 2 stars, and on the third night 3. The villagers spoke of it in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and honey cakes. Some thought it a sign of changing seasons. Others whispered of old tales where stars were guardians of dreams, and their absence might mean restless nights. But no one was frightened, only deeply intrigued. In a cottage at the edge of the village, where wind chimes made of seashells and copper tinkled in the evening breeze, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan was known not only for her honey oat bread and lavender shortbread, but for her thoughtful nature and keen eyes. She noticed things others often overlooked, the way the dew settled in patterns on spider webs, the particular rhythm of the rain on the cobblestones, and now, the disappearing stars. That Thursday evening, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on the thatched roofs and leaf-strewn paths, Rowan decided to look into the mystery. She wrapped herself in a thick knitted shawl, took a lantern with a flickering candle, and stepped out into the damp, cool air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Theron, a man whose memory was as long and winding as the village's oldest oak was tall. He sat by his fireplace, a cup of steaming tea in hand, and smiled when Rowan mentioned the stars. "Ah, the weaver's spindle," he murmured, his eyes twinkling. "There's an old rhyme my grandmother used to sing. Let me see, when the spindle loses silver light, seek the map that loves the night. Follow where the rainbows sleep, and promises are yours to keep." Rowan repeated the words softly, committing them to memory. A map that loves the night. She thanked Elder Theron and stepped back into the drizzly evening, her mind whirling. The following morning the rain had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Rowan opened her bakery early, the warm scent of rising dough and baking berries filling the air. As she kneaded a batch of sunflower seed bread, she pondered the rhyme. A map that loves the night, perhaps it meant a map only visible after dark. That afternoon she visited the village library, a cozy building with shelves that reached the ceiling and ladders that slid on brass rails. The librarian, a gentle woman named Lyra with spectacles perched on her nose, helped Rowan search for any maps of the night sky. They found a beautifully illustrated star chart, but it showed nothing out of the ordinary. Just as Rowan was about to leave, her eyes fell upon a dusty, forgotten corner where old nursery rhyme books were kept. One, bound in deep blue leather with silver constellations embossed on the cover, caught her attention. She opened it carefully, and a loose piece of parchment fluttered out. It was no larger than her hand, and on it was drawn a delicate map of Willowbrook, but with one strange addition. A trail of tiny, silver dots led from the village square to the heart of the whispering woods. Her heart leaped. This must be the map that loves the night. But why would it lead into the woods? And what did it have to do with the missing stars? That evening, as the clock tower chimed 8 times, Rowan gathered her lantern and the little map and set off toward the village square. The silver dots on the map seemed to glow faintly under the moonlight, guiding her steps. She followed them past the fountain where children sailed paper boats, past the herb gardens where sage and thyme released their evening perfume, and toward the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were not fearsome. They were a place of gentle magic, where fireflies drifted like floating embers, and the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves. Rowan ventured deeper, the map glowing brighter with each step. Suddenly, she heard a rustling up ahead. Her lantern light fell upon a figure, a small, flustered badger, trying to stuff something shiny into a hollow log. Oh dear, the badger muttered, not noticing Rowan at first. They're too bright, they'll wake the whole forest. Rowan approached slowly, not wanting to startle him. Hello there, she said softly. My name is Rowan. Are you collecting stars? The badger jumped, nearly dropping the shimmering object in his paws. It was indeed a tiny glowing star, no larger than a blueberry, pulsing with soft, silver light. He looked sheepish, his whiskers drooping. I'm Barnaby, he said with a sigh. And yes, I'm afraid I am, but it's not what you think. He explained that he was the keeper of dreams, a role passed down in his family for generations. Each star in the weaver's spindle was tied to a pleasant dream sent to the children of Willowbrook. But recently the stars had grown too bright, so radiant that they risked waking the dreamers too early, leaving them restless and forgetful. So Barnaby had been gently gathering the excess light, storing it in the hollow log until he could redistribute it evenly. But I didn't mean to worry anyone, Barnaby said sadly. I only wanted to help. Rowan smiled, her heart swelling with understanding. The villagers were curious, not upset, she reassured him. But perhaps there's a better way. What if we could share the starlight with everyone, not just in dreams? What if the whole village could enjoy it? Barnaby's eyes widened. Do you think that's possible? Rowan nodded. I have an idea. Together they gathered the stored starlight, now a soft, glowing bundle in Rowan's apron, and returned to the village. They went to the clock tower, where the kind old clockmaker, Odell, was polishing the gears. Rowan explained everything, and Odell's face lit up with excitement. Why, we could weave the starlight into the clock's chimes, he exclaimed. Then every hour the sound would carry a little dreamy magic with it. And so they did. With Barnaby's permission and Odell's skill, they carefully embedded the tiny stars into the clock's mechanism. That night, as the clock struck midnight, the chime was unlike any heard before. It rang clear and sweet, but also seemed to shimmer with light, casting soft, silver ripples across the village square. The next evening the entire village gathered, wrapped in blankets and sipping warm cider, to watch the sky. One by one the stars of the weaver's spindle returned, now glowing with a gentle, steady light. And as the clock chimed, each tone seemed to linger in the air, weaving through the listener's thoughts like a pleasant dream. Lyra, the little stargazer, smiled from her window. The stars are back, she whispered, and they're singing. From that night on, the people of Willowbrook slept more peacefully than ever, soothed by the hourly chimes that carried the essence of sweet dreams. And Barnaby the badger, no longer working alone, became a beloved friend to all, often seen sharing stories and honey cakes at the village gatherings. The mystery of the missing stars had been solved not through fear or haste, but through patience, empathy, and a willingness to listen, to both an old rhyme and a flustered badger. And in the end, the village found itself woven a little closer together, bound by shared wonder and the soft, shimmering magic of their starlit nights. Story 2. In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains cupped the sky like gentle hands, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His cottage sat at the very edge of the village, where the cobblestone paths gave way to wild grasses and whispering pines. Every evening, just as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, Kalen would sit by the hearth and watch the fire dance, its warmth a familiar comfort, its light a companion in the quiet hours. But tonight felt different. A peculiar restlessness had settled in his bones, and the fire's usual solace seemed just out of reach. He gazed into the flames, and for a moment he thought he saw something glimmer deep within the embers, a soft, pulsing light like a heartbeat made of gold. Curiosity tugged at him. With careful hands he reached into the warmth, not so hot as to burn but enough to tingle, and plucked the glowing ember from the fire. To his astonishment, it did not scorch his skin. Instead, it rested in his palm, cool and smooth as river stone, yet alive with a gentle, rhythmic light. It was a seed, or so it seemed. A seed of light humming with a soft melody only he could hear. That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the seed pulsed on his windowsill, casting shifting patterns on the wall. And in its light he dreamed, not of sleep, but of a path through the woods, lined with silver moss and fireflies, beckoning him towards something he could not name. When he awoke, the seed still glowed, and the dream felt less like a fantasy, and more like a memory waiting to be lived. So he packed a small satchel with bread and honey, wrapped the seed in a soft cloth, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of gold, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. Birds trilled melodies that seemed to harmonize with the seed's quiet hum. Kalen walked without hurry, his feet finding a path that wasn't quite there, a trail only felt, not seen. After some time, he came upon a clearing where a stream chuckled over smooth stones. There, sitting on a mossy log, was a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It had large, dark eyes that held the wisdom of ancient trees, and fur the color of twilight. Its ears twitched at the sound of his approach, and it turned to him without fear. "You carry a light that belongs to the woods," the creature said, its voice like the rustle of leaves. Kalen hesitated, then opened his palm to show the glowing seed. "I found it in my hearth," he explained. "It called to me." The creature nodded slowly. "That is an ember seed. It only glows for those who are ready to listen." It introduced itself as Phelan, a guardian of the hidden glens and silent places. "The seed you hold is a piece of the great hearth, the heart of this forest. It has been missing for many seasons." And so began an unexpected friendship. Phelan offered to guide Kalen deeper into the woods, to the place where the seed longed to return. As they walked, Phelan shared stories of the forest, how the trees communicated through root and wind, how the streams carried messages from the mountains to the sea, and how every creature, no matter how small, had a role in the great tapestry of life. Kalen listened, his heart swelling with a sense of wonder he had never known. In the village he had often felt alone, a quiet boy with thoughts too big for his age. But here, beside Phelan, he felt understood. Their journey was not without challenge. They crossed rushing rivers on bridges woven from vines, climbed slopes where the rocks seemed to shift underfoot, and navigated thickets where thorns snatched at their clothes. Each obstacle felt like a test, not of strength but of patience and trust. At one point, as dusk began to settle, they found themselves at the edge of a wide chasm. The other side seemed miles away, and the depths below were swallowed in shadow. "We cannot cross here," Kalen said, his voice small. But Phelan placed a gentle paw on his arm. "Sometimes the way forward is not over, but through." The creature led him to a hidden entrance nearly invisible behind a curtain of ivy, a tunnel that burrowed into the earth. Inside, the walls were studded with crystals that glowed with the same soft light as the ember seed. The air was cool and still, filled with the scent of stone and secrets. As they walked, Kaelin felt the weight of the world above fade away. Here in the quiet dark, he found courage he didn't know he possessed. He thought of his life in the village, of the times he had stayed silent when he wanted to speak, had turned away when he wanted to connect. The seed in his hand seemed to pulse in agreement, as if it, too, remembered what it was like to be separated from where it belonged. When they emerged on the other side, the world had transformed. They stood in a valley bathed in moonlight, where flowers glowed with inner light and the trees shimmered with silver bark. At the center of the valley stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching toward the stars like open arms. And in its hollow trunk burned a fire, not of wood but of pure, gentle light. The great hearth, Phelan whispered. As they approached, Kaelin felt the ember seed grow warmer in his hand. It lifted gently, as if caught by an unseen breeze, and floated toward the tree. When it touched the fire within, the light swelled, wrapping around the seed like a long-awaited embrace. A sense of peace washed over the valley. The air hummed with completeness, and Kaelin felt a warmth spread through his chest, a feeling of belonging so profound it brought tears to his eyes. He turned to Phelan. "Will you stay here?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. Phelan nodded. "My place is here, as yours is there." It gestured toward the path that led back to the village. "But remember, you carry the warmth of this hearth inside you now. You are never truly alone." With a final, grateful look, Kaelin began the journey home. The path seemed clearer now, lit by the memory of what he had found. When he arrived at his cottage, the fire in the hearth burned with a new warmth, a golden, steady light that reminded him of the great hearth and the friend he had made. That night, as he lay in bed, he realized that the restlessness he had felt was gone. In its place was a quiet certainty, that every person carries within them a light waiting to be kindled, and that even the longest journey begins with a single step and ends where it must, in the heart. And as sleep wrapped around him like a soft blanket, he knew that somewhere in the depths of the forest, under a sky filled with stars, a friend was watching over the light and watching over him. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its light dancing on the walls like a promise. And in that warmth, in that light, Kaelin drifted into dreams of silver trees and gentle voices, of paths that led to belonging, and of a light that would always, always guide him home. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its amber light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. In that warm glow, let me tell you a story about a young one who discovered that the past is never truly gone. It simply waits patiently for us to remember. In a small cottage nestled between the whispering pines and the murmuring brook, there lived a child who often felt like a leaf drifting, without knowing which tree it came from. While other children spoke of family traditions and heirlooms passed down through generations, this child knew only that their family had always been quiet about such things, as if the past were a room whose door had been gently but firmly closed. One autumn evening, as the wind sang through the pine needles and the first frost painted delicate patterns on the window panes, the child's grandmother brought down a wooden box from the highest shelf of the wardrobe. The box was made of dark cherry wood, worn smooth by generations of hands, and fastened with a simple brass clasp. "Tonight," the grandmother said, her voice like the rustling of autumn leaves, "I think it's time." She opened the box to reveal not jewels or coins, but a simple silver locket shaped like an acorn, and beneath it, a quilt made of patches that seemed to tell stories with their patterns and colors. The child reached for the locket first, opening it carefully. Inside were not photographs, but tiny pressed flowers and a slip of paper with words written in faded ink, "Where roots run deep, memories sleep." "That was your great-great-grandmother's lullaby," the grandmother explained softly. "She would sing it while stitching this very quilt. Each patch holds a story, you see, not just in the fabric, but in the hands that held it." That night the child fell asleep clutching the quilt, the familiar words echoing in their mind. And in dreams, the child found themselves standing in a forest where the trees seemed to whisper secrets, and the moonlight fell in silvery pools. From between the ancient oaks stepped a woman with kind eyes and hands that looked capable of both comforting and creating. She wore a dress patterned like the quilt patches, and when she spoke, her voice carried the same melodic quality as the lullaby. "Little one," she said, "every stitch tells a story. Would you like to hear one?" She led the child to a particular patch of deep blue fabric with silver threads embroidered like constellations. As her fingers traced the pattern, the dream shifted, and the child found themselves watching another story unfold. They saw a young woman, the dream guide in her youth, sitting by another fireplace, learning to navigate the stars using a map made of parchment and memory. Her own mother was teaching her, saying the same words that would become the lullaby, "Where roots run deep, memories sleep." "But what does it mean?" the young woman in the dream asked. Her mother smiled. "It means that our history isn't just in objects, but in what we do with them. The stars above guided our ancestors across oceans, and now they guide us home each night. The memory isn't in the map, it's in the act of looking up." The dream shifted again, this time to a patch of green fabric with embroidered herbs. Another story unfolded, the woman now grown, teaching her own daughter how to recognize healing plants in the forest, repeating the same phrase as they worked. "Where roots run deep, memories sleep." And so it went through dream after dream, story within story, like nesting dolls of narrative. With each patch of the quilt, the child witnessed generations of their family living the same values: kindness, curiosity, connection to nature, each adding their own chapter to the ongoing tale. The ancestral guides appeared in different forms throughout these dream stories, sometimes as reflections in forest pools, sometimes as the wind itself carrying whispered wisdom, sometimes as the scent of specific flowers that had meaning only to their family. In one particularly vivid dream, the child saw why the stories had stopped being told. There had been a misunderstanding between generations, a moment of hurt where traditions felt like burdens rather than gifts. The quilt had been put away, the lullaby forgotten except as a fragment, the deeper meaning lost. The ancestral guide in the dream placed a gentle hand on the child's shoulder. "Regrets are like stones in a river," she said. "They smooth over time, but the water continues flowing. The traditions were never about perfect preservation, they were about continuous creation." When the child awoke, the first light of dawn was painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. The quilt was still wrapped around them, but now each patch seemed to glow with its own inner light, as if the stories had seeped into the waking world. The child went to the grandmother, who was already stirring a pot of oatmeal at the hearth. "The traditions aren't lost," the child said, wonder in their voice. "They're in the way you stir the oatmeal clockwise, like your mother taught you. They're in the way we always stop to listen when the owls call at dusk. They're in the way you hum that tune while gardening." The grandmother's eyes grew misty. "You understand now," she whispered. "The objects are just reminders. The real heritage is in our actions, our choices, our way of being in the world." Together that day they began creating new patches for the quilt, one for the time the child had learned to read by firelight, another for the day they had rescued a fallen bird's nest and carefully returned it to the branches. They sang the full lullaby as they worked, their voices blending like the intertwining roots of the ancient forest trees. That evening, as the fire crackled once more in the hearth, the child understood that they were both the recipient and the creator of their heritage. The quilt would continue growing, the lullaby would gain new verses, and the stories would weave themselves into the fabric of tomorrow. The ancestral guides hadn't been ghosts of the past. They were the living wisdom that flows through generations, appearing whenever we choose to continue what they began. Acts of kindness, moments of connection, the courage to both remember and create anew. And as the child drifted to sleep that night, the words of the lullaby wrapped around them like the quilt itself. "Where roots run deep, memories sleep, but love awakens what time will keep." The phrase repeated like a heartbeat, gentle and constant, connecting all the generations in one continuous, comforting song. For in the end, the child realized, we are all both gardeners and blossoms in the great garden of family, tending what was planted before us, while becoming what future generations will remember. Story 4. The air tasted of cinnamon and starlight, a gentle warmth that seemed to hum just beneath the skin. It was in this place, the glimmering steps, where the clouds were not mere mist but solid, spongy ground underfoot, that a young dreamer found herself walking. Her name is not important, for she could be any of us on the cusp of a great and gentle adventure. In her pocket she carried a smooth, iridescent seashell on a silver chain, a gift from her grandmother. When held to the ear, it did not whisper of ocean waves, but of crackling hearth fires and the soft murmur of a familiar, loving voice. This was her anchor, her little piece of home. She had come here not by accident, but by longing. In the waking world, a strange silence had fallen over her village. Laughter had grown thin, songs had forgotten their melodies, and colors seemed to have faded to a dull gray. The elders spoke of a place between dreams and waking, a realm where the world's wonder was woven and stored, and whispered that its heart had grown still. And so, with the seashell warm against her chest, she had closed her eyes, wished with all her might, and stepped into the spark-laden night air, arriving here on the soft, yielding paths of the clouds. Before her stretched a breathtaking sight. Islands of cloud in hues of lavender and peach floated at different heights, connected by bridges of woven light that shimmered like spider silk beaded with dew. This was the Nimbus Bazaar, though no noisy hawking filled the air. Instead, a soft, harmonious chiming echoed, the sound of wind passing through crystalline leaves and delicate wind chimes hanging from ether-born trees. The scent was of rain-kissed petals and sweet, baking earth. Her first friends found her there. They were lumen moths, creatures with wings like stained glass, who communicated not with words, but by weaving patterns of colored light in the air. One, larger than the others, with wings of deep cobalt and silver, fluttered before her face. It pulsed a soft, inquiring gold. Though she did not know their language, she felt its meaning. You are far from your hearth. Why? She cupped her hands, and the moth landed, its feet like the lightest touch of dandelion fluff. I'm looking for the silent spire, she said, her voice barely a whisper in the vast, quiet grandeur. I think something is wrong there. The joy is leaving my home. The moth glowed a sympathetic, soft blue. It took flight, and its light patterns now painted a map in the air, a winding path down through the cloud floor to a place below. It was an invitation. With a grateful nod, she followed her new guide to the edge of the cloud island. There, hidden amongst roots of glowing moss, was a staircase spiraling down into the depths. It was not carved of stone, but of solidified aurora, its steps cool and smooth as polished gemstone, thrumming with a deep, quiet energy. This was the descent into the prism caverns. The air grew cooler, carrying the clean, metallic scent of ozone and the deep, comforting smell of old stone and damp clay. The light changed from the warm pastels of the clouds to a shifting, liquid dance of blues, greens, and violets. The walls were not dark, they were encrusted with crystals that pulsed with their own inner light, and the very air shimmered with the reflected glow of the auroral veil, a great, slow-flowing river of light that drifted through the cavern's core like a benevolent serpent of dreams. It was utterly silent, yet the sheer visual symphony felt like a chorus to her eyes. Her lumen moth guide pulsed anxiously, its light a flickering crimson. This was not right. The veil should have been humming, its light vibrating with a music that fed the wonder of all the connected realms. Now it was still, a beautiful but silent painting. On the banks of the light river, she saw them. The crystal scribes. They were small, gentle beings shaped like rounded river stones, with countless facets across their bodies. They communicated through touch, placing their smooth, cool surfaces against the crystals of the cavern wall or against each other, transferring knowledge and emotion in a language of vibration and temperature. Now they were huddled together, their usual soft, kaleidoscopic glows dimmed to a worried, faint flicker. She approached slowly, not wanting to startle them. She knelt, and the largest scribe, its surface a milky, opalescent white, slowly rolled toward her. She held out a hand, and it pressed itself against her palm. It was not cold but cool, and its surface was incredibly smooth, like glass warmed by the sun. A wave of profound sadness and confusion flowed into her, a feeling of a great melody forgotten, an essential thread of the tapestry gone slack. "What happened?" she whispered. The scribe communicated not in words, but in feelings and images that blossomed in her mind. She saw the great, gleaming silent spire at the very center of the cavern, a colossal geode of amethyst and citrine that was the resonator for the auroral veil's song. A single perfect keystone, a diamond that held the entire harmonic structure, had grown dull. Without its resonance, the music had faded, and the silence was spreading outward, slowly draining the color and joy from every world it touched. The keystone hadn't broken. It had simply forgotten how to sing. Her moth guide flashed an image of the spire, and then a question mark of soft yellow light. "Can you help?" She felt a flutter of fear. She was no musician, no great mage. She was just a girl who missed the sound of her village's laughter. But then her fingers closed around the seashell in her pocket. Its familiar, rounded shape was a comfort. She thought of what it held, not the memory of an ocean, but the memory of home, of warmth, safety, and love. Was that not a kind of music? Was that not a song of its own? "I can try," she said, her voice gaining strength from the feel of the shell. The path to the silent spire was a bridge of pure light over the motionless auroral veil. The air thrummed with potential energy, a static buzz that raised the fine hairs on her arms. The spire itself was breathtaking, a mountain of crystalline beauty that pierced the cavern's ceiling, its facets reflecting the dormant light of the veil in a million fractured rainbows. At its very peak, set in a delicate claw of golden crystal, was the keystone. It was, as the scribe had shown her, physically perfect but spiritually dormant, like a closed eye. The scribes and lumen moths gathered at the base of the bridge, their lights held in a quiet, hopeful vigil. They could not approach the spire themselves. Their energies were of preservation, not activation. This was a task for a heart from the outside world. She climbed the final, smooth steps to the keystone. Up close it was the size of her head, multifaceted and deep, but its core was dark. She placed her hands on it. It was cool and inert. She hummed a little tune, a nursery rhyme from home, but the stone swallowed the sound without an echo. She pleaded with it, but silence was its only reply. Despair began to creep in. She had come so far, and her home was counting on her. She sank down, leaning her forehead against the cool diamond. What was left to try? Her fingers found her seashell locket again. She unclasped it and held it in her hands. This was her home. This was the feeling she was fighting for. Not with magic, but with memory. With love. She closed her eyes and poured every sensation into that thought. The smell of her grandmother's honey cakes, the texture of her favorite woolen blanket, the sound of her father's voice singing off-key, the sight of the first fireflies of summer blinking over the meadow. She didn't sing. She remembered. And as she remembered, a single warm tear escaped her eye and traced a path down her cheek. It fell, glistening, and landed upon the center of the dormant keystone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft, golden light began to glow from within the diamond, exactly where her tear had fallen. It was a small, hesitant light, like the first ember in a cold fireplace. It pulsed once, slowly. Thump. A vibration went through the spire, a single deep, clear note that resonated in her bones. It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. Thump. Thump. The light grew, spreading through the keystone's facets like liquid sunshine. The note sustained, joined by a harmonic, a higher, sweeter tone that danced around the first. The aural veil below shuddered. The great river of light began to move, slowly at first, then with greater purpose, its colors swirling and blending, each movement now producing a new sound. A cello's deep thrum from the indigo depths, a violin's sweet sigh from the emerald greens, a celestial harp from the shimmering violets. The music built not in volume, but in complexity and warmth, a symphony of light and sound that filled the cavern without overwhelming it. It was the music of joy, of wonder, of belonging. The crystal scribes erupted in a silent celebration, their bodies flashing in joyous, rhythmic patterns, rolling and touching in a dance of pure elation. The lumen moths became living fireworks, weaving intricate patterns of brilliant light in time with the music. The air itself smelled now of fresh rain, blooming jasmine and warm, buttery pastry, the scent of pure, unadulterated happiness. She stood at the peak of the spire, the now brilliantly singing keystone before her, and felt the music flow through her. She knew in her heart that the silence was broken. The wonder was flowing back into the worlds, and her village would soon remember its laughter. Her journey back was a celebration. The prism caverns were now alive with sound and light, a joyous riot of sensation. The lumen moth that had been her guide now pulsed a deep, grateful gold, flying loops around her head. At the staircase of light, the crystal scribes gathered. The opalescent one rolled to her and pressed against her foot. A feeling of profound gratitude and a new, gentle wisdom washed over her. She had not just fixed something for them, she had reminded them and herself where the true music always begins, not in a stone, but in a heart filled with love for home. She climbed back up to the glimmering steps. The cloud city was now bathed in the reflected musical light from below, and the chiming of the crystalline leaves was richer, fuller, harmonizing with the symphony from the caverns. It was time to go back. Standing on the edge of the cloud, she held her seashell to her ear. The crackle of the hearth was there, but now, faintly underneath, she could hear the new melody of the aural veil, an everlasting lullaby of light. She closed her eyes, full of the scents of petals and ozone, the feel of cool crystal and soft moth wings, the sight of impossible beauty, and the sound of a world singing again. When she opened them, she was in her own bed, the first rays of dawn painting her room in soft pinks and golds. From outside her window she heard it, a sound that had been absent for too long. It was the clear, happy laughter of a child playing in the street below. She smiled, her fingers closing around the seashell locket on her nightstand. It was warm. And somewhere between waking and dreaming, a symphony of light played on, forever weaving wonder into the world, a gentle reminder that even the smallest heart, carrying the memory of home, can teach the greatest stones how to sing. Story 5. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper of secrets waiting to be discovered. Outside, the wind sighed through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the sleeping world. But inside, where the warmth gathered like an old friend, there was a story waiting to be told, a story of quiet wonders found in the most unexpected of places. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, there lived a young girl who noticed things others often overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played games of tag, she would often sit quietly beneath the old oak tree, watching the way sunlight filtered through leaves, or listening to the distant chime of the church bell carried on the breeze. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside was painted in shades of gray and the rain pattered gently against the window panes, she found herself exploring the attic. It was a place filled with memories, old trunks smelling of cedar and lavender, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures wrapped in tissue paper. As she moved carefully between towers of boxes, her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked behind an old rocking horse. It was a music box carved from dark wood and inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered even in the dim light. When she lifted the lid, instead of a ballerina twirling to a familiar tune, there was a miniature forest scene, tiny trees made of silver, a stream of blue enamel, and a path that seemed to lead into the very heart of the box. But the most remarkable thing happened when she wound the key. Instead of music, a soft voice whispered from within, like leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. "The path awaits the willing heart," it murmured. "But the journey is measured not in steps, but in courage." Intrigued, the girl peered closer. As she did, the tiny forest seemed to grow, the silver trees reaching upward, the enamel stream beginning to flow. Without quite understanding how, she found herself standing at the edge of that miniature path, the attic now vast and mysterious around her. A soft purring sound came from nearby. Sitting on a stack of quilts was a large ginger cat with a bell on its collar that tinkled softly as it moved. "Lost your way, have you?" the cat asked in a voice like warm milk. The wood between things has that effect on newcomers. "I didn't mean to come here," the girl said, her voice barely a whisper. "Few do," the cat replied, washing a paw with deliberate care. "But now that you're here, you might as well see it through. The music box only opens for those who need to find something they've lost, even if they don't know they've lost it yet." As they spoke, a small, spectacled mouse scurried out from behind a spool of thread, adjusting his tiny glasses. "The harmony has been disrupted," he squeaked urgently. "The silver strings are fraying, and if they break completely, the music will fade from this place forever." The girl looked around properly for the first time and noticed what she hadn't before, delicate threads of silver light stretching between objects in the attic, humming with a soft, beautiful music that she felt more than heard. But in places these strings were indeed frayed and drooping, their music faltering. "The silver strings connect memories to objects," the mouse explained, his whiskers twitching with concern. "Without them, things become just things, they lose their stories." The cat nodded solemnly, the bell on its collar chiming softly. "We've been trying to mend them, but our paws aren't suited to such delicate work. It requires patience and a gentle touch, and courage, for mending these strings means facing the memories they hold." The girl looked at her own small hands, then at the fraying threads of light. "I could try," she offered softly. The first string she approached connected an old porcelain teapot to a faded photograph of a woman laughing. As her fingers neared the frayed section, a memory washed over her, the scent of chamomile tea, the sound of rain against windows, the feeling of being comforted after a bad dream. The memory was warm but bittersweet, and for a moment she hesitated, uncertain if she should touch something so personal. "Breathe," purred the cat, rubbing against her leg. "Memories are like cats, they respond best to kindness, not force." She took a deep breath and gently took the frayed ends between her fingers. Instead of trying to tie them, she simply held them, letting the memory flow through her. As she did, the threads seemed to recognize her gentle intention and began to weave themselves back together, the music strengthening into a soft, comforting hum. One by one they moved through the attic, mending the silver strings. Each repair brought its own challenge. Some memories were joyful and easy to approach, others were tinged with sadness or longing. The mouse would often provide historical context. This rocking horse belonged to 3 generations of children, while the cat offered quiet comfort with its purring presence. The most difficult repair awaited them near the attic window. A particularly beautiful string connected a soldier's uniform to a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon, but it was nearly severed. As the girl approached, she felt the memory before she touched it, a wave of loneliness and fear so profound it made her catch her breath. "This one remembers being far from home," the mouse whispered. during the first snowfall of winter. The girl almost drew back, but the cat nudged her hand gently. "Some memories need witness most of all," it said softly. "They've been holding their breath for a long time." So she sat before the frayed string and simply listened. In her mind, she saw a young man watching snow fall on foreign fields, writing letters by candlelight, missing the sound of his mother's voice. The loneliness was palpable, but as she stayed with the memory, she also felt the love woven through it, the careful handwriting, the hope in each word, the knowledge that home waited at the other end of those letters. Tears filled her eyes as she gently cradled the broken ends. Instead of trying to fix it quickly, she simply held space for the memory, acknowledging its weight and beauty. As she did, the threads began to glow brighter, weaving themselves back together with a sound like distant choir voices, stronger and more beautiful than before. When the last string was mended, the entire attic seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The silver strings hummed with restored music, weaving a tapestry of light and memory that made the ordinary objects glow with extraordinary significance. The music box on the floor began to glow softly. The path through the miniature forest shimmered, and the girl knew it was time to return. She turned to her unusual companions. "Thank you," the mouse said, adjusting his glasses. "You've reminded us that courage isn't about being unafraid. It's about being kind to what frightens us." The cat purred loudly, rubbing against her. "And you've learned that the most important journeys happen right where you are, if you have the heart to see them." With a final gentle chime of its bell, the cat led her back to the music box. As she stepped toward it, the world seemed to shift, and she found herself back in the attic, holding the music box once more. But now she could see the silver strings everywhere, connecting objects to their stories, humming with quiet music only she could hear. She placed the music box carefully on a shelf where it could watch over the attic, then descended the stairs just as the rain outside softened to a gentle patter. The fire in the hearth downstairs crackled in welcome, and she settled before it, watching the flames dance. She realized the music box hadn't shown her a new world at all. It had shown her how to see the magic in her own. Every object around her now seemed to glow with its own quiet story, waiting for someone patient enough to listen. Outside, the wind sighed through the pines. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell chimed the hour. And if she listened very carefully, she could just hear the softest purr of contentment, like a ginger cat keeping watch from somewhere between the shadows and the light. The fire crackled softly, the flames dancing like silver strings connecting all the stories ever told. And in that cozy room, with the rain gently pattering against the windows, the girl understood that the greatest adventures aren't found in faraway lands, but in the courage to see the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary, and to approach both with kindness. Story 6. The stars outside the viewport shimmered like scattered sugar crystals on a vast velvet cloth, and in the quiet hum of the orbital garden, two very different beings found themselves drawn to the same patch of glowing moss. One was small and round, with skin that shifted through gentle pastel hues depending on its mood, and dozens of delicate tendrils that swayed as if dancing to some silent music. The other was tall and slender, covered in soft silver fur that caught the light like morning dew, with large, dark eyes that held entire constellations within them. They had both come to this garden seeking solace, a place where the silence of space felt less lonely. The small one, whom we shall call the Glimmerian, communicated not with words but with bursts of color that bloomed across its skin like watercolor paintings. The tall one, a whisperling, spoke in soft, melodic hums that vibrated through the air, carrying meaning in their harmonies. At first they merely observed one another from a distance, curiosity warring with caution. The Glimmerian would pulse a soft, questioning pink, and the whisperling would answer with a low, reassuring hum that sounded like a cello note held in the still air. They began to leave small offerings for each other near the bioluminescent moss, a perfectly smooth, iridescent stone from the Glimmerian, a feather-light crystal that sang when touched from the Whisperling. One evening, as the station rotated into the shadow of a gas giant, the garden lights dimmed to a soft twilight blue. The Glimmerian, feeling brave, drifted closer to the Whisperling and extended one tentative tendril. In response, the Whisperling lowered its head, allowing the Glimmerian to gently brush against its fur. A shared understanding passed between them, a recognition of loneliness transformed into the beginnings of companionship. They decided to create a space together, a corner of the garden that would be theirs alone. The Glimmerian brought luminous vines that changed color with emotion, weaving them through the trellises. The Whisperling cultivated crystals that resonated with specific frequencies, arranging them so they caught the starlight and cast prismatic patterns across the mossy floor. They called it the Starlight Nook, a sanctuary where two different worlds gently overlapped. Of course, there were misunderstandings. The first time the Whisperling offered what it considered a great delicacy, a spiky fruit that emitted a joyful, bell-like chime when ripe, the Glimmerian recoiled, its skin flushing an alarmed crimson. It had never encountered food that made sound. The Whisperling, thinking it had caused offense, hummed a sad, descending note that made the crystals nearby dim slightly. But then the Glimmerian, realizing the gesture was meant kindly, pulsed a soft gold of apology and curiosity. Tentatively, it reached for the fruit. When it touched the spiky surface, the chime rang out, and the Glimmerian's skin burst into delighted swirls of orange and blue. They both trembled with what might have been laughter, the Whisperling's hum rising in pitch, the Glimmerian's colors cycling through rainbows. Another time, the Whisperling tried to show its friend how to listen to the music of the spheres, the harmonic resonance of distant pulsars. But the Glimmerian, whose people communicated through light, could not hear the subtle vibrations. Instead, it began to project patterns onto the wall, swirling galaxies and nebulas made of light. The Whisperling, in turn, could not see the colors with clarity, perceiving them only as faint shimmers. For a moment they both felt the sharp pang of frustration, the sadness of being unable to share something beautiful. But then the Whisperling had an idea. It gently took the Glimmerian's tendril and placed it against one of the singing crystals. As the crystal hummed, the vibration traveled through the Glimmerian's body, and in response its skin began to glow in time with the frequency, a silent, visible echo of the sound. They had found a way to translate. Their greatest challenge came when a solar flare disrupted the station's systems, plunging the garden into near darkness. The familiar hum of life support grew faint, and the bioluminescent plants dimmed to a worrying flicker. The Whisperling, sensitive to energy shifts, began to emit low, anxious waves of sound that made the crystals shiver. The Glimmerian, equally distressed, pulsed rapid flares of worried yellow. But in that moment of fear, they remembered their friendship. The Whisperling began to hum a steady, calming rhythm, a song its people used to comfort their young during meteor showers. The Glimmerian, in turn, focused its energy into producing a soft, constant light, pushing back the shadows around them. Together, they created a pocket of peace within the uncertainty. As they waited for the systems to stabilize, they huddled close in their starlight nook, the Glimmerian's light blending with the Whisperling's protective hum. They watched through the viewport as the solar storm painted the space outside in brilliant ribbons of auroral light, a terrifying and beautiful sight. In that shared silence, they understood that some experiences needed no translation. Awe needed no words, comfort needed no common language. When the lights gradually returned and the garden's gentle hum restored, they didn't immediately move. They remained side by side, the Glimmerian's tendrils resting lightly on the Whisperling's silver fur, their unique forms of communication weaving together into something new. A language built not on syntax or vocabulary, but on patience, kindness, and the willingness to understand. In the nights that followed, they could often be found in their starlight nook, the glimmerian projecting swirling star maps onto the crystalline walls, while the whisperling hummed the harmonies of orbiting planets. Travelers who passed through the garden would sometimes pause, sensing the unusual but beautiful energy of the place. A synergy of light and sound, color and vibration, that felt like a lullaby for the soul. They had learned that the universe was vast and full of differences, but that beneath the surface, all beings sought connection. That sometimes understanding came not through complex technology or fluent translation, but through the quiet offering of a singing fruit, the shared watch under starlight, the courage to reach out a tendril or lower one's head. And as the station continued its gentle rotation through the sea of stars, the two friends remained. A living testament that across the unimaginable distances of space, across the barriers of form and communication, the simplest language of all was the one written in acts of kindness, and that the most beautiful sanctuary was the one built together, beam by beam, color by color, note by note, in the soft, endless night. Story 7. In the soft, hilly land of somnolence, where the rivers ran backwards and the trees grew with their roots tickling the clouds, there lived 3 peculiar friends. The first was a dragon named Piffle, who, rather than hoarding gold, collected teacups. Not just any teacups, only the ones that chimed like little bells when you tapped them with a spoon. The second was a cloud shepherd called Nimbus, who spent his days gently herding fluffy white clouds with a crook made of rainbow. And the third was a dream painter named Lumina, who dipped her brush in starlight and painted lovely, gentle dreams on the insides of sleeping eyelids. One afternoon, the 3 friends were having tea in Piffle's upside-down tea shop. Yes, upside down, the tables and chairs clung to the ceiling, and the teapot poured upwards, which was perfectly normal for them. Piffle was proudly showing off his newest teacup, one that was shaped like a tulip and chimed with the sound of distant wind chimes. "It's lovely, Piffle," said Lumina, sipping her lavender tea. "But are you sure it's wise to keep adding to your collection? Your cave is already so full, I'm afraid one more cup might." Hic. A small, polite burst of flame shot from Piffle's nostrils, singeing the edge of the tablecloth. "Oh dear," said Piffle, blushing. "I do apologize. I've had the hiccups all morning." Hic. Another puff of fire, this time turning Nimbus's left slipper a cheerful shade of pink. Nimbus looked down and chuckled. "Well now, that's a new color, very spring-like." But Piffle was distressed. "This is dreadful. I can't have tea properly if I'm busy setting things on fire. What if I accidentally scorch one of my teacups?" Just then a fluffy cloud, one of Nimbus's herd, drifted too close to the upside-down tea-shop window. Hic. Piffle let out another hiccup flame, and poof. The cloud turned into cotton candy. Nimbus sighed. "Now I'll have to round that one up before it melts all over the backwards river." Lumina tapped her chin thoughtfully. "We must find a cure for these hiccups, but how?" "I've tried holding my breath," said Piffle mournfully, "and drinking water upside down, which is right side up for me, of course, and even standing on my head, which is already quite challenging in an upside-down tea shop." "Perhaps we ought to consult the wise old snail," suggested Nimbus. "He knows a thing or two about everything slow and steady." So off they went, leaving the upside-down tea shop behind. Piffle's hiccups continued every few minutes, resulting in a series of small, harmless, magical mishaps. Hic. A nearby bush turned into a bouquet of lollipops. Hic. A rock became a loaf of freshly baked bread. Hic. A puddle solidified into a looking glass that showed your reflection winking. They wandered through the inside-out forest, where the bark was on the inside of the trees, and the leaves grew inwards, rustling softly like pages turning in a book. Swish, swish, flutter, flip. The sound was so soothing, Piffle almost forgot to hiccup, but then hic. A squirrel tail turned into a paintbrush, which Lumina politely pocketed for later. At last they reached the backwards river, which flowed uphill with a gentle gloop-gloop-glish sound. And there, moving at a pace that could only be described as majestically gradual, was the wise old snail. His shell was covered in intricate, swirling patterns that told stories of ancient days, and his eyes perched on long, delicate stalks that swayed like sea grass in a slow current. "Greetings, O wise one," said Nimbus, giving a slight bow. The snail's eyes swiveled toward them. "Ah," he said, in a voice like honey dripping from a spoon. "You seek a cure for the fiery hiccups." "How did you know?" asked Lumina, amazed. "I heard the bawings and whooshes of magical mishaps from miles away," the snail replied. "Also, your dragon friend is currently emitting small puffs of smoke. It's rather a giveaway." Hic. Piffle confirmed this with another burst, which turned the snail's left antenna into a tiny candlestick. The snail didn't seem to mind. "A classic case of keralitis," he pronounced. "Common among teacup-collecting dragons. The cure is simple. You must surprise yourself." Piffle looked puzzled. "But how does one surprise oneself? I always know what I'm about to do." "Precisely why it's so difficult," said the snail wisely. "You must do something so unexpected, so utterly out of character, that you catch yourself off guard." They thanked the wise old snail and continued on, pondering this advice. "What's something you'd never, ever do?" Lumina asked Piffle. "Well," said Piffle, "I'd never break a teacup, or drink tea without a saucer, or, I'd never stand right side up." So Piffle carefully climbed onto a large toadstool and attempted to stand the way everyone else did. But since he was so used to being upside down, he simply floated gently back to the ceiling of the world. Hic. This time his hiccup turned a passing butterfly into a pat of butter, which landed on the bedrock with a soft thump. "That didn't work," sighed Piffle. Nimbus had an idea. "What if you herded clouds with me for a day? That would be unexpected." So Piffle tried to shepherd clouds, but his large wings kept scattering them, and his hiccups turned several into meringues. Hic. Poof. A particularly fluffy cloud became a pillow, which floated down and gently bonked Nimbus on the head. Boing. "Perhaps not," said Nimbus, rubbing his head good-naturedly. Lumina, who had been quietly thinking, suddenly brightened. "I know, Piffle, when is the last time you used your fire for something other than hiccups or tea?" Piffle thought. "Well, I do light the candles for evening tea, but that's hardly surprising." "What if," said Lumina, her eyes twinkling, "you breathed your biggest, most magnificent flame on purpose, right now?" Piffle looked doubtful. "But I only do that on special occasions. It's not tea time, and it's not even Tuesday." "Exactly," said Lumina. "It would be unexpected and magnificent." So Piffle took a deep breath, filling his chest with air. He puffed out his cheeks, narrowed his eyes, and just as he was about to let loose a tremendous blast of fire, he paused. "But what if I set something important on fire?" "Aim for the sky," encouraged Nimbus. "There's nothing up there but stars and dreams." So Piffle aimed his snout toward the heavens, took another deep breath, and whoosh released a glorious, swirling pillar of multicolored flame that spiraled up into the twilight. It was so beautiful, so unexpectedly splendid, that for a moment everything was silent. And then Piffle realized his hiccups were gone. "You did it," cheered Lumina, clapping her hands. "I surprised myself," said Piffle, amazed. "I've never breathed fire that big on a Thursday before." To celebrate, they decided to have a second tea right there under the stars. Nimbus gathered a few clouds to sit on, Lumina painted a little dream of flying teacups in the air above them, and Piffle, hiccup-free, poured tea from his upside-down teapot without a single singe. And as they sat there, sipping tea and watching the backwards river glow in the moonlight, they agreed that sometimes the simplest solutions are the most surprising, and that a well-timed whoosh can fix almost anything, especially when shared among friends. The stars twinkled above, the inside-out forest whispered its page-turn rustle, and all was cozy and calm and right in the world of somnolence. Story 8. In the velvet expanse where stars bloom like silver flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet wonder, built long ago by star wanderers who believed that the universe's greatest treasures were not minerals or power, but moments of peace. And it was here that two unlikely souls found one another. The first was a being from the crystalline world of Luminar. His name was Kalen, and his body was formed of facets that caught and scattered light, so that he shimmered softly with every movement. When he spoke, it was not with sound, but with shifting hues that danced across his surface, a language of color and light. Sadness was a slow, deep indigo, curiosity, a flickering gold. He had come to the Starlight Haven seeking silence, for his world had grown too loud with gleaming, clattering industry. The second was a creature from the ocean world of Thalassa, a place of gentle tides and glowing waters. Her name was Lyra, and she moved with a fluid grace, her skin patterned with soft bioluminescent swirls that pulsed in rhythmic patterns. Her voice was a series of harmonic hums, like the song of a seashell caught in the current, a language of vibration and resonance. She had journeyed to the haven in search of wider skies, for her own world had begun to feel too small. They met in the central dome of the observatory, beneath a ceiling of star-dusted glass. At first they simply observed one another from a distance, Kalen glowing a cautious silver, Lyra humming a low, questioning tone. But soon curiosity overcame caution. Kalen extended a hand, a crystalline structure that refracted the starlight into tiny rainbows. Lyra reached out in turn, her fingers leaving faint trails of light in the air. When their hands touched, there was no shock, no discomfort, only a gentle warmth and a sense of something deeply familiar. They quickly learned that words were unnecessary. Kalen would glow a cheerful amber, and Lyra would respond with a bright, chiming hum. They began to explore the station together, and in a quiet chamber filled with abandoned hydroponic trays, they found their purpose. It was Lyra who first noticed the small, dormant seeds tucked away in a storage unit. She hummed a melody of growth and renewal, and Kalen gleamed in agreement. Together, they began to create a garden. Kalen used his knowledge of light, angling mirrors and lenses to channel the soft starlight into the room. Lyra used her understanding of water and rhythm, calibrating the misting systems to release fine sprays in harmony with her humming. They brought soil from their own worlds, sparkling mineral dust from Luminar, rich aquatic silt from Thalassa, and blended them until the earth itself seemed to shimmer and sing. Their garden grew into a sanctuary unlike any other. Flowers with petals like frosted glass bloomed beside plants that swayed to an unheard music, their leaves glowing with inner light. In the center, they placed a bench woven from reclaimed metal and living vine, and it became their favorite place to sit and simply be. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One day, Kalen arranged a cluster of luminous stones in a perfect geometric pattern, a gift of beauty and order, as was customary on Luminar. But Lyra, seeing the rigid lines, hummed a concerned, wavering note. On Thalassa, gifts were meant to be flowing and asymmetrical, like the paths of water. She gently rearranged the stones into a soft, spiral pattern. Kalen glowed a confused gray. Had she not liked his offering? But then Lyra began to hum a melody of apology and explanation, her skin pulsing with soft blue light. She took his hand and led him to a pool of water she had been tending, and with a touch she showed him how the ripples moved, never in straight lines, but in expanding circles. Understanding dawned in Kalen's facets, glowing into a warm, sunlit yellow. He had not been rejected, he had been taught. They spent the rest of that day creating new patterns together, blending his angles with her curves, and their laughter was a silent, radiant thing. Another time, Lyra brought a bowl of nectar she had distilled from the garden's blossoms, a drink meant to be shared in a continuous, circular sip, as was tradition on Thalassa. But Kalen, thinking it was a personal portion, absorbed it through his fingertips all at once. Lyra's hum stuttered in surprise, and her light dimmed slightly. Kalen realized his error when he saw her disappointment, and he glowed a soft, apologetic violet. But then Lyra trilled a gentle laugh and created a new ritual on the spot. Each would take a turn to offer a drop to a flowering plant, which then bloomed even brighter. It became their own custom, a blend of both their ways. Evenings found them on their bench, watching the stars wheel slowly overhead. Lyra would hum a slow, peaceful tune, and Kalen would glow in complementary colors, creating a silent symphony of light and sound. They learned to share memories without words, Kalen showing the glittering caverns of his home through cascades of diamond-bright hues, Lyra recounting the dance of phosphorescent tides with pulsing patterns and watery melodies. One night, a shower of shooting stars streaked across the dome, and Lyra hummed a note of awe. Kalen glowed a brilliant silver in response. In that moment, they both felt the same wonder, the same humility before the cosmos' beauty. They needed no translation. The starlight haven, once lonely and silent, was now filled with a quiet joy. The garden thrived, a testament to their friendship, each plant a fusion of light and song, each path a blend of structure and flow. Travelers who occasionally passed through would speak of the strange, beautiful garden and its two gentle caretakers who communicated without words, yet understood each other perfectly. But the greatest magic was not in the garden itself, nor in the silent language they had forged. It was in the way Kalen would glow a steady, calming blue when Lyra seemed wistful for her ocean home, or how Lyra would hum a strengthening melody when Kalen's light faltered with fatigue. It was in the shared stillness as they watched nebulae drift like watercolor dreams, or the playful exchanges when they discovered a new seed or a forgotten artifact. They had built more than a garden, they had built a home in each other's presence. A place where differences were not barriers, but brushes with which to paint a richer reality. Where kindness needed no vocabulary, and friendship was the one language that every soul could understand. And as the stars shone on, unwavering and gentle, the two friends sat together in their sanctuary, glowing and humming and glowing, content in the knowledge that no matter how vast the universe, there was always room for one more light, one more song, one more heart finding its echo in the dark. Story 9. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket, and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. "Don't be alarmed," Ember purred, stretching lazily. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others." The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. "That," he said, "is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you." Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. "It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back," Ember explained. "The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here." He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Ah, a visitor, I am Lyra, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Lyra listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Lyra said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Lyra were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Lyra said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The book of lost courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. She knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. Story 10. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the velvet darkness, there lived a being of soft light and gentle hues. This creature, whom we shall call Lumen, drifted through the cosmos on wings of shimmering energy, leaving trails of color that faded like watercolor paintings in rain. Lumen communicated not with words, but with pulses of light that danced in intricate patterns, a language of luminescence understood by few in the vast expanse of space. Not far from Lumen's wandering path circled a small, rocky planet where another being dwelled. This one, whom we shall name Rumble, was made of crystalline structures that chimed with every movement. where lumen was fluid light, rumble was solid melody. Their voice was not spoken but sung, a harmony of vibrations that resonated through the stones of their home world. Rumble's heart beat in rhythm with the planet's deep, humming core. One day, a gentle cosmic current carried lumen closer to Rumble's world than ever before. Drawn by the planet's unique harmonic frequency, lumen descended through layers of amber atmosphere, their light dimming to a soft glow in the planet's muted twilight. Meanwhile, Rumble, feeling the strange new presence like a ripple in their world's song, climbed to the highest crystalline peak to investigate. Their first meeting was one of beautiful confusion. Lumen pulsed a friendly greeting, a swirl of aquamarine and gold. Rumble, startled, responded with a deep, resonant chime that shook the very air. To Lumen, the sound felt like a thunderous warning. To Rumble, the silent colors seemed like eerie, wordless magic. Both retreated, Lumen fading to a nervous pale blue, Rumble's crystals clicking together in apprehension. But curiosity proved stronger than fear. Over several planetary rotations, they began to approach each other cautiously. Lumen learned to dim their light when Rumble's crystals seemed to vibrate too intensely. Rumble discovered that softer, lower tones didn't startle their luminous visitor. They developed a tentative dance of communication. Lumen would show pictures with light, Rumble would answer with musical phrases. Slowly, they began to understand fragments of each other's essence. During one particularly violent meteor shower, they found themselves seeking shelter in the same vast cavern. The cave walls were made of a unique mineral that both absorbed light and resonated with sound, perfect for both beings. Here, surrounded by the gentle storm outside, they had their first true breakthrough. Lumen projected an image of concern for Rumble's safety, glowing a worried lavender. Rumble responded with a comforting hum that made the crystals in the cave glow with internal light. They realized this place could be more than shelter, it could be their shared home. Together they began to shape the cavern. Lumen's light caused certain crystals to grow in intricate patterns, while Rumble's songs arranged the minerals into harmonious structures. They created a garden of living light and sound, crystals that bloomed with soft illumination when certain notes were sung, and formations that emitted gentle melodies when touched by specific colors. They made a nebula observatory in the highest chamber where the ceiling was thin enough to see the stars, yet strong enough to protect them from the elements. Their differences often led to amusing misunderstandings. Once, Lumen tried to express excitement by flashing brilliant gold, unaware that this particular frequency made Rumble's crystals itch unbearably. Rumble had to hum a specific soothing tone to communicate the discomfort. Another time, Rumble sang a joyful celebration song that unfortunately vibrated at exactly the frequency that made Lumen's light patterns scatter uncontrollably. They learned to laugh about these incidents, Lumen by shimmering with ripples of amused pink, Rumble by creating tinkling, chuckle-like chimes. Their favorite times were the quiet moments in their observatory. They would watch the distant stars together, Lumen pulsing softly in time with the twinkling lights, Rumble humming harmonies to the cosmic symphony. They developed their own shared language of comfort. Lumen would glow in the warm shades of sunset, while Rumble produced the deep, comforting frequencies of a planet's heartbeat. In these moments, they needed no translation. One evening, as they watched a particularly beautiful nebula swirl in lavender and silver, they realized they had created something rare and precious, a friendship that needed no common words, no shared biology, no similar world. They had built a bridge across the impossible gap between light and sound, between energy and matter, between two completely different ways of being. The cavern remained their sanctuary long after they had become inseparable companions. Travelers from distant stars would sometimes hear whispers of the magical place where light made music and crystals glowed with conversation. But few ever found it, for the truest magic was not in the place itself, but in the bond that had created it. As the twin moons of Rumble's world rose over the crystalline landscape, the two friends would settle in their observatory, lumen resting their light against Rumble's warm crystalline form, Rumble humming the gentle lullaby of their shared home. And there, in their cave between worlds, they proved that kindness needs no translation, that friendship writes its own language, and that the universe, in all its vastness, grows smaller and warmer whenever two souls find each other across the stars. Story 11. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young soul who felt as though they didn't quite fit anywhere. Each morning they would wake to find small, shimmering scales dusting their cheeks like morning dew, a gentle reminder that change was quietly at work within them. These scales were not like any ordinary markings, they shifted in hue with their emotions. When they felt shy, the scales turned the pale lavender of twilight. When a moment of joy touched their heart, they shimmered like sunlit honey. But the young one often hid them beneath a soft woolen scarf, afraid of what others might think. Their small cottage stood at the edge of a forgotten garden, a place where flowers had long ceased to bloom. The soil lay dormant, the vines brittle and gray. It was said that the garden responded only to the truest of hearts, and for many years no one had been brave enough to tend to it. One evening, as the young one sat on the mossy stone steps watching the sunset paint the sky in gentle strokes of apricot and rose, an old woman appeared. She moved with the grace of willow branches swaying in the breeze, and her eyes held the deep knowing of ancient forests. "The garden has been waiting for you," she said softly, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "It remembers those who are meant to help it remember itself." The young one looked down at their hands, where a single scale gleamed softly in the fading light. "I don't know how to help anything remember itself," they murmured. "I can't even understand the changes happening to me." The old woman smiled, her wrinkles mapping a lifetime of kindness. "Change is simply the universe's way of singing you awake. You need only listen." She handed them a small pouch made of woven moonlight and spider silk. "Inside are seeds that have slept for 100 years. Plant them with care, speak to them with honesty, and see what grows." And with that she was gone, vanished like mist at dawn. That night the young one dreamt of cocoons, soft, silken enclosures where beautiful things took shape in darkness, patient and trusting. They awoke with a newfound curiosity, and taking the pouch, ventured into the barren garden. With tender hands they cleared a small patch of earth, feeling the cool soil beneath their fingers. They planted the first seed, a tiny pearl-like thing that seemed to pulse with a soft inner light. As they covered it with soil, they whispered, "I am afraid of what I am becoming." To their astonishment, the ground where the seed lay began to glow faintly, and by morning a single silver-leafed sprout had emerged. Encouraged, they returned each day. With every seed planted, they shared a little more of their heart. They spoke of loneliness, and a vine covered in velvet blue blossoms curled gently around the garden gate. They confessed a hidden wish for friendship, and a cluster of golden berries appeared, sweet and warm to the touch. Their scales, too, began to change more freely. No longer just lavender or gold, they now shimmered with the soft green of new growth, the calming blue of deep waters, the vibrant coral of setting suns. They stopped hiding them, letting the world see the truth of their transformation. The old woman returned from time to time, always appearing when doubt began to cloud the young one's heart. She never gave direct answers, only gentle reminders. "A caterpillar does not fret about becoming a butterfly," she said one afternoon as they sat sipping chamomile tea. "It simply trusts the process." And so the young one learned to trust. They tended the garden not as a task, but as a conversation, a quiet exchange of hope and honesty. With each small victory, a new bud, a stronger stem, a sweeter fragrance, they felt their own spirit expand. One evening, as the first stars began to pepper the sky, the garden suddenly burst into full bloom. Flowers of every color and shape unfurled their petals, releasing a fragrance that smelled of rain, honey, and childhood memories. The air hummed with soft, golden light, and the young ones stood amidst it all, their scales now gleaming like a tapestry of constellations. They realized then that the garden had not been waiting for someone to fix it, it had been waiting for someone to grow alongside it. The old woman appeared one last time, her form almost translucent in the moonlight. "You see," she said, her voice blending with the night breeze. "The greatest transformations begin with a single honest moment." She placed a hand on their shoulder, and where she touched, a single white lily bloomed in the air before drifting gently to the ground. "You are both the seed and the blossom, the cocoon and the wing. Remember that." Then she faded into the starlight, leaving behind a sense of deep peace. The young one now understood. Change was not something to fear, but a gentle metamorphosis, a natural unfolding toward who they were always meant to be. They walked through the garden, now vibrant and alive, and knew that this was not an ending, but a beautiful beginning. They breathed in the night air, feeling the truth settle into their bones. Every ending is a seed, every beginning a bloom. And in the quiet harmony of that understanding, they knew they were exactly where they were meant to be, growing, changing, and glowing, one gentle breath at a time. Story 12. The old house at the edge of the woods had always whispered to her, though she'd spent years pretending not to hear it. When the letter arrived telling her the last of her great-aunts had passed and left her the property, something deep within her bones stirred, a memory that wasn't quite her own, but felt familiar all the same. She arrived on an autumn afternoon when the light fell through the trees like honey, gilding the dust motes that danced in the air of the silent rooms. The house smelled of cinnamon and old wood, of dried lavender tucked into drawers, and the faint, sweet scent of memories long cherished. In the parlor, above the stone fireplace that stood cold and empty, hung a tapestry woven with threads of midnight blue and silver, depicting a family tree whose branches reached toward embroidered stars. But it was in the smallest bedroom, tucked beneath the eaves, that she found the music box. It rested on a lace-covered dresser, carved from dark wood that seemed to drink the fading light. When she lifted the lid, no music played. Only a soft sigh escaped, like the breath of someone waking from a long sleep. Inside, nestled against faded velvet, lay a single, yellowed sheet of paper covered in spidery handwriting, and beneath it, a collection of what appeared to be tiny, carved wooden birds. That first night, as wind murmured through the pines outside her window, she dreamed of a woman with silver hair braided like a crown, whose hands were dusted with flour, and whose voice carried the melody of a lullaby she almost recognized. "The roots remember what the leaves forget," the woman whispered, placing a warm cookie into her small, dream-self hands. "The roots remember." She woke with the taste of cinnamon and nutmeg on her tongue, and the certainty that she'd been given an invitation. Over the following days, as golden October light filtered through the ancient windows, she began to explore the house properly. In the kitchen, she found a recipe book bound in worn leather, its pages filled with notations in different handwritings spanning generations. One recipe appeared again and again, always on the same date, the eve of the first frost, for something called starlight cookies. The ingredients were simple: flour, butter, honey, crushed walnuts, and a mysterious pinch of starlight. That evening, as she sat puzzling over the recipe, the music box on the mantelpiece began to glow with a soft, silvery light. She approached it cautiously, lifting the lid to find the carved wooden birds inside now faintly luminescent. One of them, a tiny owl with knowing eyes, seemed to call to her. When she picked it up, the room around her shimmered like a reflection in water. Suddenly she stood not in the parlor, but in a kitchen from long ago, watching as a young woman with familiar eyes kneaded dough at a wooden table. A child sat at her feet, stringing cranberries into a necklace, while an older woman hummed as she rolled out pastry. "The first frost comes tonight," the older woman said. "The veil grows thin, time to make the remembering cookies." "But Grandmama," the young woman said, "how do we catch the starlight?" The older woman smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "We use what the stars left us, child, the meteorite piece that's been in our family since the beginning. Grind just a pinch into the flour, that's all you need." The vision faded, leaving her holding the wooden owl in the present-day parlor, her heart beating a rhythm that felt both new and ancient. She knew now what she had to do. The next morning she searched the house until she found it, in a small velvet pouch at the back of a drawer in the writing desk, a piece of black stone streaked with silver, cool to the touch and humming with some strange energy. That afternoon she gathered the ingredients and began to bake, following the recipe exactly as written. As she worked, the house seemed to breathe around her, settling into contentment. Sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, illuminating dust motes that danced like fairies. She crushed the meteorite fragment with mortar and pestle, watching as silver sparks danced in the powder. When she added it to the dough, the whole mixture shimmered faintly. While the cookies baked, filling the house with the warm scent of honey and spices, she returned to the music box. This time she picked up a carved wren and found herself in another memory. A young man sat on the porch of this very house, whittling a piece of wood into the shape of a bird. His hands were sure and steady, though his face was shadowed with worry. A woman came to sit beside him, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "The trees told me you're thinking of leaving," she said softly. He nodded without looking up from his carving. "There's nothing for me here, Mama. The world beyond the woods calls." She smiled sadly. "The world will always call, but remember, the deepest roots allow the tallest reaching. You carry this place within you wherever you go." She took the finished carving from him, the wren she now held in her hand, and placed it in the music box. "When you need to remember who you are, just come home." The vision faded as the timer dinged. She removed the cookies from the oven. They were golden brown and dotted with walnuts, with a faint silvery sheen that made them look dusted with frost. As they cooled, she tried another bird from the music box, a robin this time. She found herself in a moonlit garden, where a woman in a flowing dress was dancing barefoot on the grass, her arms outstretched to the starry sky. She was singing the lullaby from the dream, the words clear now. "Roots remember, branches reach. Stars above the sleeping beach. Heart to heart and hand to hand. We are part of this good land. Though we wander, though we roam. In our hearts we're always home." As she danced, she paused occasionally to place cookies on stones arranged in a spiral pattern. "For the ancestors," she whispered to the night. "So they remember the way back to us, and we remember the way forward from them." The memory dissolved just as the last cookie was placed. She understood now this was the tradition. The baking on the first frost's eve, the offering to ancestors, the remembrance of where they came from and who they were. That night, as the temperature dropped and the first true frost began to silver the world outside, she arranged the cookies on a special plate from the china cabinet, one painted with constellations, and carried it out to the garden. She found the spiral of stones, still there after who knew how many years, and placed a cookie on each one. Then she sat on the porch steps, wrapped in a quilt she'd found in a cedar chest, and waited. The night was utterly still, the only sound the occasional crunch of frost forming on fallen leaves. The stars overhead burned bright and cold in the black velvet sky. One by one, figures began to appear at the edge of the woods, not solid, but shimmering like heat haze over summer roads. They moved toward the spiral, pausing at each stone, and though she couldn't see their faces clearly, she felt their gratitude like warmth spreading through her chest. The air filled with the scent of all the memories she'd witnessed, freshly cut wood, baking bread, lavender, and damp earth. The last figure paused before her, the silver-haired woman from her dream. She reached out a hand that wasn't quite solid and touched her cheek. The touch felt like starlight and cinnamon. "You've come home," the woman whispered, her voice the sound of wind through pine needles. "The chain remains unbroken." "But I don't know how to keep the traditions," she said, her breath making clouds in the cold air. "I've been away so long." The woman's smile was like moonlight on water. "The traditions aren't in the recipes or the rituals, child. They are in the remembering. In the choosing to honor what came before while making space for what will come after. The cookies, the songs, they're just doorways. The real magic is in the love that passes through them." She gestured to the music box, which she'd brought outside with her. "Each bird holds a story, each story holds a lesson, but the greatest lesson is this: heritage isn't a thing we preserve like jam in a jar. It's a living thing like the forest, always growing, always changing, yet always rooted in the same earth." The figure began to fade, but her voice lingered on the frosty air. The roots remember what the leaves forget. When she woke the next morning, still wrapped in the quilt on the porch, the first sunlight was painting the frosted world in shades of rose and gold. The cookies were gone from the stones, leaving only crumbs that sparkled with melting frost. The music box sat beside her, its lid closed. Inside, she found that the carved birds had rearranged themselves. Now in the center of them all was a new carving, one of herself sitting on the porch steps with the quilt around her shoulders. Her own story had been added to the collection. She understood now that she didn't need to perfectly replicate the past to honor it. She could bake the cookies with her own variations, adding orange zest because she loved it, using pecans instead of walnuts when she felt like it. The important part wasn't the exact ingredients, but the intention behind them, the remembering, the connecting, the love. That evening, she began writing her own recipes in the book, noting beside them little stories about her life. She sang the lullaby to herself as she worked, sometimes changing a word or adding a new verse. The house seemed to sigh contentedly around her, pleased with this new chapter. Years later, she would teach her own child how to make the cookies, how to listen to the stories in the music box, how to hear the whispers of the ancestors in the rustling leaves. And she would tell them as they sat together waiting for the first frost, the traditions aren't about doing things exactly as they've always been done. They're about remembering the love that started them and carrying that love forward in our own way. The child would nod solemnly, then ask, "Mama, what's a pinch of starlight really?" And she would smile, touching the meteorite piece that now lived permanently in the sugar bowl. It's the magic that happens when we remember we're part of something bigger than ourselves. It's the connection between past and present, between earth and sky, between all of us who have loved this place. Outside, the first frost would be silvering the world, and inside, the music box would glow softly, its birds holding their stories ready for whoever needed to hear them next. And the house would stand strong and warm at the edge of the woods, its roots deep in the earth, its windows full of light, keeping watch over the endless, beautiful cycle of remembering and becoming. Story 13. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof slanted just so, and the windows winked with reflected starlight, there lived a quiet child with wide, wondering eyes. The child's favorite place was the attic, a kingdom of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, of forgotten treasures and whispered memories. It was here one rain-soft afternoon that our story truly began. The rain pattered gently on the roof, a soothing rhythm like 1,000 tiny fingertips. The child had been searching for an old picture book, rumored to contain pressed flowers from their great-grandmother's wedding bouquet. Instead, tucked behind a worn-out trunk smelling faintly of cedar and thyme, their fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. It was a compass, but not like any compass they had ever seen. Its casing was made of what seemed like pearlescent shell, cool to the touch, and its face had no letters, only delicate hand-painted symbols, a teardrop, a feather, a key, a heart, and a star. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun slowly, as if stirred by some invisible breeze. HMMM, it seemed to hum, a sound felt more than heard, like the distant ringing of a silver bell carried on the wind. Just then, a soft thump came from a nearby stack of quilts. A large ginger cat uncurled himself, stretching with a luxurious yawn. His name was Barnaby, and he was the undisputed, if somewhat drowsy, lord of the attic. "Found something, have we?" he purred, his voice like gravel smoothed by a river. He padded over, his tail held high like a question mark. "That old thing hasn't stirred in an age." "What is it?" the child whispered, holding the compass carefully. "A whispering compass," Barnaby said, settling into a loaf-shaped pose. "Doesn't care for north or south, points toward what needs finding, usually something lost, a memory, a feeling, a forgotten promise." He began to wash a paw with great concentration. "The trick is it doesn't show you the way, it shows you what's in the way. And the journey, well, the journey is an inside sort of thing." As he spoke, the compass needle settled, pointing firmly at the symbol of the key. At the same moment, a tiny, whiskered face peeked out from a hole in the wainscoting. It was Pip, a mouse with ears too large for his body and a heart too brave for his size. "A key," Pip squeaked, his voice a high, earnest twitter. "I know about keys. There's the one for the grandfather clock, the one for the cookie tin, though that's more of a twisty-lid situation, and the great big iron one that opens nothing we know of." He scurried out, wringing his tiny paws. "But a key that's lost, that's a serious matter. It means something is locked that shouldn't be." The child looked from the purring cat to the anxious mouse, then down at the compass, which now glowed with a soft, internal light. The journey, Barnaby had said, was an inside sort of thing. The child felt a flutter of nervousness, but also a thrilling pull of curiosity. This was the courage required, not to fight a dragon, but to open a door not knowing what was on the other side. "How do we start?" the child asked. "You already have," rumbled Barnaby. "You asked the question, now listen." The child closed their eyes. The pattering rain faded, and the scent of dust and old paper deepened. The hum of the compass grew louder, filling the quiet attic space. And then a new sound emerged, a faint, rhythmic click-clack-click like knitting needles, accompanied by a soft, sad sigh. "The sound of waiting," Pip whispered in awe. "I've heard it sometimes in the walls late at night." The compass needle trembled and then spun, now pointing at the feather. "A feather signifies something light," Barnaby mused. "Something that needs to be handled gently, a truth, perhaps, that is too delicate to be grabbed." The child thought hard. What felt heavy that needed to be made light? The sigh had sounded so lonely. Perhaps the key wasn't for a physical lock, but for a feeling of being shut away. "We need to find the source of the sigh," the child decided. "We need to offer it something light." Pip nodded so vigorously his whole body shook. "I know the dandelion clocks in the meadow by the garden wall. They are the lightest things in the world, a wish made on their breath." And so the trio embarked on their journey, not out of the attic, but deeper into its heart. They navigated a landscape of stacked chairs that became silver mountains and a sea of rolled-up carpets, their ends like sleeping sea serpents. All the while the compass glowed, and the sound of clicking needles and sighing grew clearer, leading them to a forgotten corner behind a tapestry woven with a forest scene. There, in a rocking chair that seemed woven from shadows and memory, sat a faint, shimmering figure. It was the ghost of the child's gray tant, a woman known for her fierce knitting and her silent kindness. She was knitting a scarf of endless length, her needles click-clacking. Click-clack-click. and with every few rows she would sigh, a sound that held the weight of forgotten afternoons. She was waiting. That much was clear. But for what? The child, remembering the feather, approached slowly. Pip, showing bravery that belied his tiny form, scurried forward and presented the dandelion clock he had somehow retrieved, its white head perfectly spherical and fragile. "A wish for you," the child said softly, their voice barely disturbing the dusty air. The ghostly figure looked up, her eyes soft and distant. She smiled a little and blew gently. The dandelion seeds scattered into the air, glimmering like tiny fairies in the compass's light. "Thank you, little ones," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of silk. "It has been so long since anyone brought me a wish." Her needles fell still. "I am waiting to finish this," she said, holding up the endless scarf. "It was for my sister. We had a quarrel, a silly thing over a recipe for lavender shortbread. I said I would not speak to her until she apologized. She was too proud, and I was too stubborn. And then she was gone. I never gave it to her. I am waiting for the chance to say it did not matter, that the scarf and my love were always hers." The child's heart ached. The locked thing wasn't a door or a box. It was an apology never given, a love never delivered. The key was forgiveness. The compass seemed to agree. Its needle spun once more and settled on the heart. The child knew what to do. It wasn't about cleverness or strength. It was about kindness. "You can give it to us," the child said. "We can keep the love for her, we can remember her for you, and you can know that it's received." The ghostly gray tant looked at the child, then at Barnaby, then at Pip. A tear, looking like a tiny diamond, traced a path down her shimmering cheek. She held out the scarf. It was not wool, but woven from starlight and memory. As the child took it, it became light as air, warm as a hug. "It is enough," the gray tant whispered, her form beginning to fade, becoming one with the sunbeams piercing the attic dust. "Thank you for finding me." Her voice was now just a sigh on the air, a happy one, mingling with the soft purr-ar-ar of Barnaby and the contented squeak of Pip. The compass gave one final, soft hum and went still, its light fading. The journey was over. The key had been found, not to unlock anything, but to release something. The child sat on the dusty floor, the scarf of starlight coiled in their lap, feeling its gentle warmth. Barnaby curled up beside them, his purrs a motor of contentment, and Pip sat on their knee, preening his whiskers. The rain had stopped. A patch of evening sunlight, the color of honey, fell through the attic window, illuminating the dancing dust motes. From the village below, the distant sound of the evening bell floated up, clear and sweet. The child wasn't sure if it had been a dream, but the weight of the beautiful, impossible scarf in their hands felt real. The courage they had found was real, too, the courage to be kind, to listen, to help someone find peace. That night and many nights after, the child would wear the scarf, and it was always warm, and it always smelled faintly of lavender and love. And sometimes, just as they were drifting off to sleep, they would hear it, a faint, happy sigh, the soft click of knitting needles, and the gentle hum of a compass, pointing the way not to places, but to the quiet, extraordinary secrets hidden in the heart. Story 14. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between the whispering pines and the murmuring brook, there lived a young boy who felt, more often than not, as though he didn't quite fit. His name was Leo, and while other children his age raced through the meadows chasing butterflies or built forts from fallen branches, Leo preferred to sit by the window of his small attic room, watching the world from a distance. He felt a strange kinship with the way the evening light would linger just a moment longer on the hilltops, as if it, too, was hesitant to let go of the day. One evening, as autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, Leo noticed something peculiar. From his window he saw a soft, pulsing light deep within the woods, a glow that seemed to breathe like embers in a dying fire. It wasn't the harsh glare of a lantern or the flicker of a candle, but something gentler, something almost alive. Night after night it called to him, a silent, warm invitation in the gathering dark. His curiosity, once a quiet companion, now grew into a persistent whisper. So one chilly evening, as the first stars pricked the velvet sky, Leo decided to follow the light. He pulled on his warmest coat, the one lined with soft wool that his grandmother had knitted for him, and slipped out into the twilight. The path into the woods was one he knew well, at least at the start. But as he ventured deeper, the familiar gnarled oaks and mossy stones gave way to trees he had never seen before, their bark silvered by moonlight, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind understood. And all the while that gentle glow pulsed ahead, guiding him like a heartbeat. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, Leo emerged into a small clearing. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide enough that 3 children holding hands could not have encircled it. And there, nestled among its roots, was the source of the light, a smooth, palm-sized stone that glowed with the warm, golden light of captured sunset. It pulsed softly, rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Hesitantly, Leo reached out and touched it. To his surprise, it was warm, like a loaf of bread fresh from the oven. As his fingers made contact, the light within the stone flared gently, and a sense of calm washed over him, a feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be. It was then that he noticed he wasn't alone. A small fox with fur the color of autumn leaves stepped out from behind the tree. Her eyes were bright and intelligent, and they held no fear, only curiosity. She tilted her head, studying Leo, and then did something extraordinary. She spoke. "You've come," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I wondered when you would." Leo, too astonished to be frightened, could only stare. You can't talk." The fox gave a soft, chuffing laugh. "In a manner of speaking, though it is not I who am speaking, but you who are listening. The emberstone allows for such things." She nodded toward the glowing rock in Leo's hand. The emberstone. Leo looked down at the warm light in his palm. "It is a piece of the world's heart," the fox explained. "It glows for those who feel a little lost, a little separate from the world around them. It calls them here to this grove, so they might find what they are missing." Leo sat down on a soft patch of moss, the emberstone cradled in his hands. "I am lost," he admitted, the words feeling both heavy and freeing. "I don't know where I belong." The fox settled beside him, her tail curled neatly around her paws. "My name is Rowan," she said, "and you belong here for now. That is enough." And so began Leo's visits to the hidden grove. Each evening, as dusk settled over the world, he would slip away from his home and follow the emberstone's call. Rowan was always there waiting, and together they explored the enchanted corners of the forest. She showed him where the moonflowers bloomed only at night, their petals shimmering with dewy light. She taught him how to listen to the stories the wind told as it wound through the pine needles. And slowly, Leo began to feel less like an observer and more like a part of something vast and beautiful. But the emberstone had not called him merely for companionship. Rowan explained that the stone's light was beginning to fade, a slow, gradual dimming that happened only when the balance between the hidden world and the outer world grew strained. "There is a gentle mystery here," she told him one evening, as they sat by a small, clear pond that reflected the stars like scattered diamonds. "The emberstone draws its strength from connection, from friendships that bridge different worlds, from understanding that grows where once there was only silence. Lately, that connection has been weakening." Leo looked at the stone in his hand. Its glow was indeed softer than it had been that first night. "What can we do?" he asked. Rowan nuzzled his hand gently. "We must discover what is causing the disconnect. The answer lies somewhere in these woods, but it is not something I can find alone. The Emberstone called you because you have the ability to see what others overlook, to feel the subtle shifts in the world. So began their quiet quest. They spent days, or what felt like days, for time moved differently in the grove, searching for clues. They spoke with the wise old owl who lived in the highest branch of the ancient tree, who told them of a sadness that had settled over the western part of the forest. They visited the family of badgers whose set had grown unusually quiet, and the stream that seemed to murmur more sorrowfully than before. Piece by piece, they uncovered the mystery. A young bird, separated from its flock during the last migration, had become trapped in a thicket of thorns. Its lonely cries, too faint for most creatures to hear, had cast a shadow over that part of the woods. The animals avoided the area, not out of unkindness, but because the sadness there was palpable, a weight that made the air itself feel heavy. Leo knew what they had to do. With Rowan by his side, he made his way to the thicket. The thorns were sharp and unforgiving, but Leo worked patiently, using a sturdy stick to carefully push them aside. Rowan used her keen nose and delicate paws to help clear a path. It was slow, painstaking work, and more than once Leo pricked his fingers, but he did not give up. At last they reached the small bird, a finch with feathers ruffled and eyes wide with fear. It trembled as Leo reached out, but he moved slowly, whispering soothing words that he didn't even know he knew. Gently he cupped the finch in his hands, feeling the frantic beat of its heart against his palms. He could feel the Emberstone warm in his pocket, pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. They brought the finch back to the clearing, where the air was clear and full of hope. Leo made a soft nest from dried grass and moss, and Rowan brought berries and fresh water. Over the next few days they tended to the little bird, and as its strength returned, so too did the light of the Emberstone grow brighter. But the true transformation came when the finch was strong enough to fly again. Instead of leaving immediately, it stayed a while, perching on Leo's shoulder as he and Rowan explored the grove. It began to sing, a sweet, clear melody that wove through the trees like a golden thread. The other animals, drawn by the music, crept back to the western wood. The badgers snuffled contentedly once more, the stream seemed to chuckle with renewed joy, and the air lost its weight of sorrow. Leo realized that the disconnect hadn't been caused by any grand tragedy, but by a single small life feeling alone and unheard. And the remedy was just as simple: kindness, patience, and the willingness to reach out. One evening, as the first snow of the season began to fall, soft, silent flakes that dusted the world in white, Leo sat with Rowan by the now brightly glowing Emberstone. The finch had rejoined its flock days before, but the sense of connection remained, stronger than ever. "You've done more than solve a mystery, Leo," Rowan said, her breath making small clouds in the chilly air. "You've reminded this world that no one is truly alone unless they believe themselves to be, and you've reminded yourself of the very same thing." Leo smiled, looking around at the grove now alive with creatures great and small, all coexisting in peaceful harmony. The Emberstone's light was so bright now that it cast gentle, dancing shadows on the snow, and the air was filled with the soft sounds of contented life, the chirrup of crickets, the whisper of the wind, the distant hoot of the owl. He knew then that he would always carry a piece of this place with him. He no longer felt like an outsider looking in. He felt woven into the tapestry of the world, connected to every living thing by invisible threads of warmth and understanding. When it came time for him to leave the grove for the last time, for the Emberstone's light was now steady and strong, and its work with him was complete, Rowan walked him to the edge of the clearing. "The stone will no longer call to you," she said, her eyes soft. "But that does not mean you cannot return. You will always find your way here, should you need to, and you will always have a friend in these woods." Leo knelt and hugged her, a gesture that felt as natural as breathing. "Thank you, Rowan," he whispered, "for everything." He made his way back through the snow-dusted woods, the Emberstone's light now only a warm memory in his heart. When he reached his home, he climbed up to his attic room and looked out the window. The woods were dark now, but he knew that within that darkness thrived a world of light and friendship, a world he was now a part of. He crawled into bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. Outside, the snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in silence. And as he drifted to sleep, he thought he heard, just on the edge of hearing, the faint, sweet song of a finch carried on the wind, a lullaby of connection, of warmth, of home. And in his dreams, he was never alone again. Story 15. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like so many tiny fairies at play. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, wrapped in the warmth of this cozy space, all was safe and still. Come closer, dear listener, and let me tell you a tale of a quiet soul who discovered that even the smallest light can guide us home when the world seems dark. In a little village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the quiet wonder of moonlit ponds. While other children played boisterous games in the sun-dappled meadows, Anya often preferred the company of her own thoughts, wandering the forest paths with a curious heart and watchful eyes. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Anya found herself deeper in the woods than usual. The air grew cool, and the first stars began to blink awake in the darkening sky. It was then she noticed something unusual, a soft, pulsing glow coming from beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. Kneeling down, her breath forming little clouds in the chill air, Anya carefully brushed away the damp leaves and rich soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a smooth stone about the size of her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It glowed with a gentle, warm light, like embers in a dying fire, pulsing softly as if it had a heartbeat of its own. As her fingers closed around it, a wonderful warmth spread through her hand, traveling up her arm and settling comfortably in her chest. The stone's light seemed to respond to her touch, glowing a little brighter, a little warmer. Anya knew with a certainty that comes not from thinking but from feeling, that this stone was special. That night, as she lay in her bed with the stone glowing softly on her windowsill, Anya had the most vivid dream. She stood in a forest clearing where the trees seemed to shimmer with their own inner light, and a path of softly glowing mushrooms led toward a gentle voice calling her name. When she woke, the memory of the dream lingered like the scent of rain on dry earth, and the glowing stone pulsed gently, as if sharing the memory with her. The following days found Anya returning to the forest, the warm stone always in her pocket. She began to notice things she'd never seen before, how certain flowers turned their faces toward the stone's light, how animals that usually hid from humans would pause and watch her with curious eyes. The forest seemed to welcome her in a way it never had before. One afternoon, as a soft rain began to fall, Anya took shelter in a small cave she'd discovered. The stone's glow illuminated the space, revealing walls covered in intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of the forest. As she traced the patterns with her finger, she heard a small, rustling sound from deeper within the cave. "Hello," she called softly, her voice echoing gently. There was a moment of silence, then a pair of large, luminous eyes appeared in the darkness. Slowly, a creature emerged into the circle of light cast by Anya's stone. It was a fox, but unlike any fox Anya had ever seen. Its fur had a silvery sheen, and its eyes held ancient wisdom. Most remarkable of all was a marking on its forehead that pulsed with the same rhythm as Anya's stone. "You can see the pathways," the fox said, its voice like the rustling of leaves. Anya caught her breath, not from fear but from wonder. "You can talk." The fox tilted its head. "All creatures talk, most humans simply forget how to listen." It stepped closer, its eyes fixed on the glowing stone in Anya's hand. "You have found a heartstone, few humans ever do." "What is a heartstone?" Anya asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fox settled itself comfortably on the cave floor. Long ago, when the world was younger and magic flowed more freely through everything, the first forest keepers created these stones. They contain the warmth and light of the heart of the forest itself. They glow for those who have kindness in their souls and who may need guidance. Anya looked at the stone in her hand, its gentle pulse seeming to quicken slightly as the fox spoke. "Why does it glow for me?" The fox's eyes softened. "Perhaps because you have been feeling a little lost lately. The stone guides those who need to find their way, not necessarily through forests, but through themselves." And so began an unexpected friendship between a quiet girl and a magical fox. Anya visited the cave regularly, bringing stories from the village and listening to the fox's tales of the hidden wonders of the forest. She learned its name was Kale, and that he was one of the last guardians of the old magic. As the days turned to weeks, Anya noticed changes in herself. Where she had once been hesitant to speak in groups, she now found herself sharing stories that made others smile. The warmth of the stone seemed to have kindled a warmth within her, helping her reach out to others in ways she hadn't before. She began to notice the hidden beauties in her own village, the way old Mr. Higgins' eyes crinkled when he smiled, how the baker always saved the slightly burnt loaf for the birds, the patterns the frost made on windows in the early morning. One evening, as autumn deepened and the air grew crisp, Kale seemed troubled. "The balance is shifting," he told Anya as they sat watching the sunset paint the sky. "The forest grows quieter than it should be. The magic is fading." Anya felt a pang of concern. "What can we do?" Kale looked at the heartstone, which glowed steadily in the gathering dusk. "The stones were created to be returned. When their work is done, they must go back to the heart of the forest to renew their magic, but the way has been forgotten. The path to the Whispering Grove where they must be returned has been lost to time." "Then we must find it," Anya said with a determination that surprised even herself. And so their gentle mystery began, a quest to find the lost path to the Whispering Grove. They started with the ancient patterns in the cave, Kale explaining their meanings while Anya traced them with her fingers, feeling the stories they told. The patterns spoke of 3 landmarks: the stone that sings, the bridge of roots, and the moonlit waterfall. Their search took them through parts of the forest Anya had never explored. They discovered the stone that sings, a large, flat rock that hummed when the wind passed through fissures in its surface. They found the bridge of roots, a natural arch formed by 2 ancient trees whose roots had grown together over centuries. But the moonlit waterfall remained elusive. As the days grew shorter, a subtle change came over the forest. The colors seemed less vibrant, the animals more subdued. Even the heartstone's glow seemed to dim slightly, its pulses growing slower. One night when the moon was full and cast everything in silver light, Anya had a realization. "The patterns in the cave," she said to Kale, her breath making little clouds in the cold air. "They're not just pictures, they're a map, and the waterfall isn't water falling down, but light falling like water." Following this insight, they searched for places where moonlight might create such an effect. Finally, deep in a part of the forest where the trees grew thick and close, they found it, a clearing where a natural rock formation caught the moonlight and scattered it like liquid silver, creating a shimmering cascade of light that indeed looked like a waterfall of moonlight. As they stepped into the clearing, something wonderful happened. The heartstone in Anya's hand began to glow brighter than ever before, its light joining with the moonlit waterfall. The very air seemed to shimmer, and a path of glowing mushrooms appeared, just like in Anya's dream. With hearts full of wonder, they followed the path as it wound through trees that seemed to bow gently as they passed. The air grew warmer, filled with the scent of blooming night flowers and fresh earth. Soft, musical sounds echoed around them, though no source was visible. Finally, they entered a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood a stone basin filled with what looked like liquid light. Around its edges, other heartstones pulsed gently, each a different shade of warm light. "This is the place," Cale whispered, his eyes wide with reverence. Anya approached the basin, the stone in her hand now glowing so brightly it illuminated the entire grove. As she held it over the basin, it gently lifted from her palm and floated down to join the others. The moment it touched the liquid light, a shower of golden sparks erupted, dancing in the air before settling like fireflies. The effect was immediate. The grove seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the light brightening, the air warming further. Anya felt a wave of peace wash over her, and she knew that the forest's balance was restoring. As they made their way back home, the forest already seemed different, more vibrant, more alive. When they reached the edge of the woods, Cale turned to Anya. "The stone has done its work for you," he said gently. "You are no longer the girl who was unsure of her place. You have found warmth within yourself that needs no stone to kindle it." Anya realized he was right. The quiet confidence she now felt came from within her, not from the stone. She had discovered her own inner light through helping something greater than herself. As winter settled over the land, blanketing the world in soft white, Anya found that her connection to the forest remained. Though she no longer had the heartstone, its warmth lingered in her heart. She shared stories of her adventures, leaving out the talking fox, knowing some mysteries are best kept, and found that her words brought comfort and wonder to others. Sometimes, on nights when the moon was bright, she would glimpse a silvery fox at the edge of the forest, and they would share a look of understanding before he melted back into the shadows. And on particularly cold nights, when she sat by her window watching the snow fall, Anya would feel a familiar warmth spread through her chest, a reminder that the truest magic isn't found in glowing stones or hidden groves, but in the kindness we share, the friendships we nurture, and the quiet growth that happens when we help something beyond ourselves. The fire has burned low now, its embers glowing softly in the darkness. The wind outside has stilled, and the world is wrapped in the peaceful hush of night. May your dreams be filled with gentle lights and kind companions, dear listener, and may you always remember that even on the darkest nights, there are guides to help us find our way home, to others and to ourselves. Sleep well and know that you carry your own light within you, steady and true. Story 16. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, where the cobblestone streets glistened with evening dew, and wind chimes sang soft melodies with every passing breeze, there lived a young baker named Rowan. Each evening, as the great clock tower chimed 7 times, Rowan would climb to the rooftop above the bakery to watch the stars emerge, one by one, like scattered sugar crystals across a vast dark canvas. But one autumn evening, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. At first, Rowan thought it was merely a passing cloud or the lingering haze of twilight. But as the moon rose high and clear, the sky remained an empty, velvet black. The village folk murmured in confusion, gathering in the town square with lanterns held high, their faces tilted upward in wonder. "Perhaps the stars are simply late," suggested the elderly clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "Or perhaps they've grown shy," whispered the flower girl, her arms full of blossoms that usually mirrored the starlight. But Rowan, who knew the night sky as well as the lines on their own flower-dusted palms, sensed something was amiss. The next morning the village awoke to another oddity. The great clock tower, which had chimed faithfully for 200 years, now rang its bells backward, counting down from 12 to 1. Time, it seemed, had decided to flow in reverse, if only for a moment each hour. That wasn't all. The flowers in the village gardens, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, now shimmered in shifting hues, blue to purple, gold to silver, as if trying on new gowns for a celestial ball. Rowan, with a heart as warm as the ovens in the bakery, decided to investigate. They packed a basket of honey cakes and lavender tea and set out to visit the oldest resident of Starlight Hollow, a woman named Lyra who lived in a cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Lyra's home was filled with maps of constellations and shelves of old books that smelled of vanilla and thyme. When Rowan explained the strange happenings, Lyra smiled gently and handed them a tattered piece of parchment. "Long ago," she said, her voice like rustling leaves, "the children of this village sang a rhyme. Few remember it now, but it may hold a clue." She hummed softly, "When silver from the sky is lost, and backward chimes the clock tower's cost, follow the path where colors gleam, to find what's hidden in a dream." Rowan thanked her and returned to the village, mulling over the words. That afternoon, as the clock tower chimed backward once more, Rowan noticed something curious. The sunflowers near the tower, which usually faced the sun, were now turned toward the moon, their petals shimmering like liquid gold. Following the path where colors gleam, Rowan wandered to the village square, where the flower girl was arranging her bouquets. "Have you seen anything unusual?" Rowan asked. The girl nodded, her eyes wide. "The forget-me-nots by the old well turned silver last night, just like the missing stars." Could the flowers be absorbing the starlight? Rowan wondered. But that didn't explain the backward chiming or the nursery rhyme's mention of what's hidden in a dream. As evening fell, Rowan climbed the clock tower, where the clockmaker was tinkering with the gears. "It's the oddest thing," he said. "The mechanism is flawless, yet it insists on turning counterclockwise at the 7th chime of every hour." Rowan offered him a honey cake and sat beside him, listening to the gentle tick-tock that usually soothed the village to sleep. Then, as the 7th chime began to ring, backward from 12 down to 1, Rowan noticed a faint, silvery glow emanating from the tower's highest window. Peering out, they saw that the moonlight, reflecting off the newly silvered flowers below, was tracing a pattern on the cobblestones, a pattern that resembled the constellation Orion. But Orion was missing from the sky. Remembering Lyra's maps, Rowan rushed back to her cottage. Together they pored over star charts until they found one that showed Orion not in the sky, but woven into the design of the village's oldest quilt, a tapestry kept in the town hall. With the first drops of gentle rain beginning to fall, they hurried to the town hall, where the quilt hung above the fireplace. And there, stitched in silver thread, was the constellation, and beside it, an embroidered verse from the forgotten nursery rhyme. "Look not above, but deep below, where roots of light and time both grow. The stars are safe in earth's embrace, till kindness finds their hiding place." Suddenly, it all made sense. The backward chimes were not a malfunction, they were a signal. The color-changing flowers were not stealing the starlight, they were reflecting it downward toward the earth. The stars hadn't vanished, they had been hidden. But why? And by whom? Rowan thought of the village's history, of how, generations ago, a great storm had threatened to wash away the village, and the elders had prayed for protection. According to legend, the stars had dipped low to shield the village, burying their light in the earth to keep it safe from the raging winds. Now, with the autumn rains returning, perhaps the stars felt it was time to emerge once more, but they needed a sign that the village remembered them, cherished them. So Rowan gathered the villagers in the square, beneath the softly chiming clock tower and the shimmering flowers. They shared the old nursery rhyme and the story of the storm, and together they sang the words that had been all but forgotten. As the last note faded into the night, a wonderful thing happened. The silvered flowers began to glow brighter, their light streaming downward into the soil. And from the earth rose tiny, glittering points of light, the missing stars ascending gently back to the sky, where they twinkled more brightly than ever before. The clock tower chimed normally once more, its bells ringing forward in time. The flowers returned to their usual colors, though they now held a faint, permanent glow. And the villagers, wrapped in the warmth of shared wonder, knew that they had not solved a mystery so much as remembered a promise. a promise between the earth and the sky, kept alive by kindness and memory. Rowan returned to the bakery rooftop that night, watching the restored stars sprinkle the darkness with light. The gentle rain began again, tapping a lullaby on the rooftops, and the wind chimes sang along. In the distance, the clock tower chimed 10 times, each note clear and true. And as the village of Starlight Hollow drifted to sleep, wrapped in the comfort of the familiar night, they knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us to look closely, listen carefully, and always approach the unknown with a curious heart and a basket of honey cakes. For the greatest secrets are often hidden not in shadows, but in plain sight, waiting for a gentle soul to notice. Story 17. In a quiet little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a boy who noticed things others often overlooked. While other children chased butterflies and shouted games across the meadow, he would sit beneath the great oak tree, watching how the light danced through leaves, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. His name was Leo, and though he was quiet, his heart was full of wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, Leo wandered further than usual into the woods. The air grew cool, and the first stars began to blink awake overhead. It was then that he noticed something unusual, a soft, pulsing glow coming from between the roots of an ancient willow tree. Curious, he knelt down and carefully brushed away the moss and fallen leaves. There, nestled in the earth, was a smooth stone about the size of his palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It glowed with a warm, gentle light, like embers in a dying fire, pulsing softly as if it had a heartbeat of its own. As Leo picked it up, a wave of warmth spread through his fingers, not hot like a flame, but comforting like a blanket on a chilly night. He carried the stone home, holding it close as the forest darkened around him. That night he placed it on his windowsill, and its gentle glow filled his room with a soft, amber light. He fell asleep watching its rhythmic pulse, feeling safer and more peaceful than he had in a long time. The next morning, Leo showed the stone to his grandmother, a woman with kind eyes and a voice like rustling leaves. She examined it carefully, her wrinkled fingers tracing its smooth surface. "This is no ordinary stone, my dear," she said softly. "I've heard stories of such things, embers from the heart of the world, they say. They glow for those with quiet hearts and watching eyes. But remember, light like this often has a purpose. It may be asking something of you." Leo pondered her words throughout the day. That night, as he lay in bed, the stone's glow seemed stronger, almost urgent. It pulsed faster, and its light flickered toward the window as if pointing somewhere. Leo sat up, his curiosity outweighing his sleepiness. Dressing quietly, he slipped the stone into his pocket and stepped out into the moonlit night. The forest was alive with soft sounds, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the whisper of the wind through pine needles, the distant hoot of an owl. Guided by the stone's increasing glow, Leo followed a path he had never taken before, one that wound deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. The stone warmed in his hand, its light casting gentle shadows that danced alongside him. After what felt like both moments and hours, Leo arrived at a clearing he had never seen. In the center stood a circle of ancient stones, much larger than the one he carried, covered in moss and carved with symbols that seemed to tell stories of forgotten times. The air here felt different, still and sacred, as if time itself moved slower. As he stepped into the circle, the stone in his hand flared brightly, and the symbols on the standing stones began to glow in response. Then, from between two of the largest stones, a soft light bloomed, forming what looked like a doorway made of shimmering mist. Through it, Leo could see a path leading into a world that shouldn't exist, a hidden valley bathed in eternal twilight, with trees that shimmered with silver leaves and flowers that glowed with soft, pastel light. Hesitant but drawn by a feeling deep in his chest, Leo stepped through the doorway. The air in the hidden valley was warm and sweet, carrying the scent of blooming night flowers and honey. Fireflies drifted lazily through the air, their light blending with the soft glow emanating from everything around him. It was the most beautiful place Leo had ever seen, but as he walked further, he noticed something troubling. Some of the flowers were wilting, their light dimming. The silver leaves on the trees looked dull in places, and the air, though still sweet, carried a faint note of sadness. It was then that he heard a soft sound, like tiny bells weeping. Following the sound, he found a small figure sitting by a stream that flowed with liquid light. It was a girl no taller than his shoulder, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. She was crying, her tears falling into the stream and causing tiny ripples of dimness where they landed. "Hello," Leo said gently, not wanting to startle her. She looked up, her eyes widening in surprise. You can't see me, and you came through the gateway, but humans never find their way here." Leo approached slowly, holding out the glowing stone. "I think this showed me the way. My name is Leo. Why are you crying?" The girl wiped her tears, though new ones quickly took their place. "I am Lyra. I am a light keeper of this valley. It is my duty to tend to the heart fire, the source of all light and life here, but it is fading." She pointed toward the center of the valley, where a great tree stood, its branches reaching toward the sky. At its base, Leo could see a hearth, but the fire within it was low, its embers glowing weakly. "The heart fire has burned since the beginning of memory," Lyra explained, her voice trembling. "It is sustained by joy, wonder, and stories shared between our world and yours. But lately, fewer humans remember the old ways, the quiet ways of watching and wondering. They rush too much to notice the magic around them. Without that connection, the fire grows dim, if it goes out." She didn't need to finish. The sorrow in her eyes said enough. Leo looked at the stone in his hand, then at the fading heart fire. "Maybe I can help," he said. "I may not know much, but I've always paid attention. And I have stories. My grandmother tells me old tales every night." Lyra's eyes sparkled with a fragile hope. "Would you share them? Stories from your world might feed the fire, if told with true heart." So Leo sat by the failing heart fire, and he began to speak. He told stories his grandmother had told him, of the brave mouse who outsmarted the owl, of the river that sang lullabies to the fish, of the stars that were actually tiny holes in the sky where angels peeked through. As he spoke, something remarkable happened. The embers in the hearth glowed a little brighter. The light pulsed in time with his words. Encouraged, Lyra joined him, adding her own stories, of the time the moon forgot her way and had to be guided home by fireflies, of the first bloom that taught the valley how to shine. They took turns, their voices weaving together, filling the air with warmth and wonder. With each story, the fire grew stronger, its light spreading through the valley like a gentle wave. The flowers perked up, their glow returning. The silver leaves on the trees shimmered anew. But just as the fire seemed to be recovering, a cold wind swept through the valley, carrying with it a shadow that hadn't been there before. The flames flickered uncertainly, and Lyra gasped. "The shadow of forgetfulness," she whispered. "It comes when hope is fragile. It feeds on doubt and fear." The shadow drifted toward them, formless and cold. Where it passed, light dimmed and the warmth retreated. Leo felt a chill in his bones, and for a moment his courage wavered. What could a quiet boy like him do against such a thing? But then he looked at Lyra, who was trembling but standing her ground. He thought of his grandmother's words about the stone having a purpose. He thought of all the beautiful things he had noticed in his life, the way rain sounded on different surfaces, the patterns frost made on windows, their exact shade of blue the sky turned just before nightfall. He stepped forward, holding the glowing stone out toward the shadow. "You don't belong here," he said, his voice stronger than he expected. "This place is made of light and memory. You can't extinguish that." The shadow hesitated, swirling uncertainly. Leo realized then that it wasn't evil, just lonely and cold, a thing that had forgotten what warmth felt like. Instead of fighting it, he did something unexpected. He began to tell it a story. Once, he said, there was a shadow who thought it had no purpose. It drifted through worlds, making places dark because it knew no other way to be. But one day it passed over a child who was afraid of the night. The shadow saw its fear, and instead of making it worse, it gently shaped itself into the form of a dancing bear, then a soaring bird, then a fleet of ships sailing across the ceiling. The child laughed, and for the first time. The shadow felt warm. It realized that even shadows have a role, to make the light more beautiful by contrast. As he spoke, the shadow began to change. It softened, its edges becoming less harsh. Then slowly it drifted toward the heartfire, not to diminish it, but to curl around it like a comfortable blanket. The fire burned brighter than ever, its flames dancing with shades of gold and violet Leo had never seen before. The shadow had become a protector. Lyra looked at Leo with awe. "You didn't fight it," she said. "You understood it." Leo smiled. "My grandmother says every being has a story. Sometimes they just need someone to listen." With the shadow now guarding the heartfire and the stories feeding it steadily, the valley began to thrive again. The air hummed with renewed energy, and light flowed through everything like a gentle river. Lyra's sadness had completely lifted, replaced by a joy so bright it seemed to radiate from her. "You've saved us, Leo," she said, her voice full of gratitude. "But the gateway will close soon. You should return before the way is lost." Leo nodded, though he felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this magical place. As he turned to go, Lyra stopped him. "Wait," she said. She plucked one of the glowing flowers from near the stream and pressed it into his hand. It felt like cool silk and warm light all at once. "So you never forget," she whispered. "And so you can always find your way back if needed." With the flower tucked safely in his pocket alongside the stone, Leo stepped back through the shimmering doorway. The stone circle stood silent once more, the symbols faded to ordinary rock. He made his way home through the now familiar woods, the first light of dawn beginning to color the sky. When he arrived home, his grandmother was waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. She didn't ask where he had been, simply said, "You look like you've grown a little, my dear." Leo showed her the flower, which still glowed with a soft, steady light. "It's from a hidden valley," he said, "where light keepers tend the heartfire with stories." His grandmother's eyes twinkled. "Ah, so you've met them. I wondered when you might." She took the flower and placed it in a small vase by the window, where it continued to glow, softer than a candle but just as warm. From that day on, Leo continued to notice things, the way the light caught the dew, the patterns of birds in flight, the stories hidden in everyday moments. But now he also shared them. He told his friends about the dancing shadow, his parents about the stream of light, his grandmother about the girl with hair like moonlight. And with each story told, he felt the flower by the window glow just a little brighter, as if affirming the connection between his world and the hidden valley. Years passed and Leo grew into a man, but he never lost his quiet wonder or his belief in magic. He became a storyteller, sharing tales that warmed hearts and kept the connection between worlds alive. Sometimes, on certain evenings when the light was just right, he would visit the stone circle and find the doorway shimmering faintly. He would step through to share a cup of starlight tea with Lyra, who never aged a day, and they would tend the heartfire together with new stories. And always, always he kept the glowing stone and the flower close, reminders that even the smallest light can hold back the darkness, and that friendship and understanding can transform even the coldest of shadows into warmth. Now, as the fire crackles softly and the night deepens outside, remember that magic exists in paying attention, in being kind, in sharing stories. And somewhere in a hidden valley bathed in twilight, a heart fire burns bright because of it. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be gentle and full of light. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Deep within the whispering woods, where the moon poured its silver milk through the canopy of ancient pines and oaks, there lay a world that only the night knew. This was a realm of soft shadows and softer light, where the air hummed with a quiet, ancient magic. The forest floor was a tapestry of velvety moss and fallen leaves that crunched with a satisfying, gentle sigh under the lightest of footsteps. Here the nocturnal creatures held counsel not in words, but in the shared understanding of rustles, scents, and the subtle shifting of the air. On this particular night, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. His cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown felt too small, his thoughts too loud. A peculiar stirring in his heart, a gentle tug, pulled him from his burrow and into the cool, starlit air. Above, the constellations spun their slow, glittering dance, and the forest seemed to breathe around him, a great, slumbering giant with a heartbeat of rustling leaves. Pip trundled along a familiar path, his tiny claws making faint clicking sounds on the smooth, moss-covered stones that lined the way. To his left, a brook babbled secrets over polished pebbles, its voice a constant, soothing murmur. He paused, dipping his snout into the cold, clear water, and listened. The water didn't just babble, it spoke. It told of mountain snows melting, of journeys through dark earth and sun-dappled meadows, of carrying wishes from the high peaks to the sleepy valleys below. It was a language of movement and memory, and Pip understood it in the way one understands a lullaby, not with the mind, but with the soul. Further he wandered, drawn by the soft, ethereal glow ahead. He entered a starlit clearing where the magic of the forest gathered in visible wonder. Here bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs like scattered constellations of their own, pulsing with a gentle, greenish light. Fireflies drifted lazily, their golden flashes weaving patterns in the air like living embroidery. Even the leaves of the silver willow trees at the clearing's edge seemed to drink the moonlight and glow from within, their pale undersides shimmering with every sigh of the wind. It was here that Pip saw her, the great oak, eldest of the forest. She was not merely a tree, she was a monument of time itself. Her bark was deeply grooved with the stories of centuries, and her branches reached toward the stars as if in quiet conversation with them. Nestled in a comfortable hollow where two great roots embraced the earth was Seraphina, the elder owl. Her feathers were the color of twilight and wisdom, and her large, knowing eyes held the patience of the moon. She was preening a feather softly, the sound a faint, rhythmic whisper that blended with the night symphony. "You are awake when you should be dreaming, little Pip," Seraphina said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated through the stillness like the lowest note of a wooden flute. It was not a scolding, but an observation filled with gentle curiosity. Pip approached, his restlessness making him shuffle his feet. "I couldn't sleep, Elder. There's a humming in the earth, a feeling, as if the forest is holding its breath." Seraphina's eyes gleamed. "Ah, you feel it too. That is the turning. The season is preparing to shift its weight." She shifted slightly, and the wind chose that moment to stir the leaves above, creating a sound like 1,000 soft voices whispering in unison, the secret language of the trees. They spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden streams, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, of the gentle ache of change as autumn approached. "The trees are sharing their memories," Seraphina explained softly. "They remember the warmth of summer sun and are preparing to let go, to rest. It is not an ending, little one. It is a necessary breath out before the next breath in." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a blessing of droplets that pattered softly on the leaves above, on the moss below, on Pip's own spiny back. The sound was a natural ASMR, a cascade of tiny percussion that layered over the babble of the brook and the whisper of the wind. Each drop that landed on the glowing mushrooms made them shimmer more brightly, and the scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose up to fill the clearing. "Watch the stones," Seraphina murmured. Pip looked down. The rain had darkened the mossy stones around the great oak, and now, as the water traced their contours, they began to gleam with a faint, internal light. It was the magic of the quartz and mica within them, awakened by the water, speaking their ancient, silent language of patience and permanence. "They remember every step that has ever been taken upon them," the owl said. "Every creature, every season. They hold the memory of the forest in their cool, solid hearts. They teach us that to be still is not to be idle. It is to be deeply present." Pip felt his restlessness begin to melt away, replaced by a profound sense of wonder. He was part of this great, breathing, whispering tapestry. His tiny life was a thread in the grand story of the Whispering Woods. "What is my part in the turning?" he asked, his voice small. Seraphina blinked slowly. "Your part is to listen, to feel, to trust the cycles. Just as the stream trusts its path to the sea, and the leaf trusts its fall to the earth, you must trust that your restlessness is not without purpose. It is the forest speaking through you, reminding you that you, too, are part of the great cycle of rest and renewal." She then told him a story woven from the very sounds around them. She spoke of the first autumn when the forest learned to let go, and how the bioluminescent fungi first bloomed to light the way for the creatures who mourned the loss of the sun's long hours. She described the winter not as a time of emptiness, but as a time of dreams sleeping beneath the frost, waiting for the spring's gentle call. Her words were not a lecture, but a weaving, blending with the patter of rain and the rustle of leaves, until Pip could hardly tell where the story ended and the night began. As the moon began its slow descent, painting the clearing in long, silver streaks, Pip's eyelids grew heavy. The humming in the earth had not ceased, but now it felt like a lullaby, a promise that change was natural, beautiful, and safe. "Remember, little one," Seraphina said as Pip prepared to return to his burrow, her voice now barely a whisper. "Magic is not always a flash of light or a powerful spell. Often it is the quiet understanding between the stream and the stone. It is the trust of the leaf as it falls. It is the courage to rest so you may grow again." Pip nodded, his heart full and peaceful. He trundled back through the clearing, now watching the forest with new eyes. He heard the secret language everywhere, in the drip of water from a leaf, in the crunch of a twig, in the distant hoot of another owl answering Seraphina's. The forest was alive with conversation, with story, with magic. He reached his burrow just as the rain softened to a mist. Curling into his nest of ferns, he listened to the final drops tapping on the earth above, a gentle, rhythmic goodnight. The bioluminescent glow of the clearing seemed to linger behind his eyes, and the wisdom of the ancient oak felt like a warm blanket around his spirit. Outside, the whispering woods settled into a contented sigh. The stream continued its endless story, the stones held their silent vigil, and the trees whispered dreams to one another in the language of rustling leaves. High in her hollow, Seraphina closed her eyes, a faint smile on her beak. Another soul had learned to listen. And in the gentle, magical darkness, the cycle of rest began anew, cradled by the moon and the endless, loving patience of the ancient forest. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss lichen and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the river bank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. He pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn, but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heartspring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heartspring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poison streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heartspring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched moss-draped branches toward a sky often veiled in mist, magic hummed just beneath the surface of reality. Here the seasons didn't merely change, they danced. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying pollen-gold promises. Summer unfurled in emerald canopies that shimmered with firefly constellations. Autumn descended in a cascade of amber and crimson, each leaf a whispered secret. Winter wrapped the forest in a crystalline hush, where frost painted stories on frozen ponds. And in this realm the creatures lived not as mere inhabitants, but as guardians of an intricate, singing balance. Young Bramble, a hedgehog with spines like dewdrop-tipped thistles, lived in a cozy burrow lined with dried lavender and owl feathers. His grandmother, a badger named Sorrel with fur like storm-cloud silver, often spoke of the forest's hidden pulse. "Listen beyond the rustle," she'd murmur, her voice as comforting as the crackle of their hearth-moss fire. "Hear the wind's lullaby, that's the breath of seasons, carrying dreams from the roots to the stars." Bramble would nestle into Sorrel's warmth, inhaling the scent of rain-soaked earth and wood smoke, feeling the forest's heartbeat thrum through the soil beneath them. One late summer evening, as crickets wove melodies into the twilight, an unnatural stillness settled. The breath of seasons faltered. No cooling breeze carried the scent of ripening blackberries or the distant promise of autumn's spice. Instead, the air grew thick and heavy, clinging like damp wool. Flowers drooped, their petals losing luster. Even the creek's usual chuckle faded to a listless sigh. Bramble watched a weary bluebird, feathers dulled, struggle to lift itself onto a wilting elderberry branch. "Grandmother," he whispered, his nose twitching at the stale air, "why does the forest hold its breath?" Sorrel's eyes, deep as mossy pools, grew solemn. She led Bramble to the heartstone glade, a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver on a flat, moss-cushioned rock etched with spirals. "Long ago," Sorrel began, her paw tracing the carvings, "when the seasons tangled, the first guardians sang to the whispering winds. They reminded the winds of their purpose, to weave change, not stagnation." She described how generations past had faced such silences, always restoring harmony by understanding the connections. How the squirrel's buried nuts fed the soil, how the beaver's dam nurtured reeds where dragonflies hatched, how even the tiniest spider's web caught morning due to quench thirsty ferns. The imbalance deepened. Without the wind's guidance, autumn's vibrant palette refused to awaken. Leaves remained stubbornly green yet brittle, and the air tasted of dust. Bramble noticed the forest's distress in every detail, the frantic scrabble of mice searching for water, the drooping caps of mushrooms that usually glowed with bioluminescent hope at dusk. A family of foxes, their coats patchy and thin, huddled miserably in their den. "We must help," Bramble declared, his small voice trembling but resolute. Sorrel nuzzled him. "Wisdom is the compass, little one. We listen, then act." They journeyed to the elder tree, a colossal oak where hollows glowed with the soft light of glowworms. There they convened with Fern, an ancient owl whose feathers held the patterns of frost and starlight, and Pip, a quick-witted dormouse who knew every root path in the forest. "The winds are lost," Fern hooted softly, her amber eyes reflecting the dimming moon. "Trapped in the high peaks where echoes confuse their song." Pip twitched his whiskers. "But why? The peaks have always sung back." Sorrel nodded. "Something silences the echo, something unnatural." Bramble remembered Sorrel's stories, how balance required every voice. He crept to the forest's edge where human artifacts sometimes drifted, a tattered kite, a smooth glass bottle. There, half buried in ferns, lay a shard of mirrored metal, reflecting the stagnant sky. It wasn't part of the forest's song. When sunlight hit it, the glare shot upward, blinding and harsh. "This," Bramble gasped. "It steals the mountain's echo." The mirrored shard had fallen from a passing hot air balloon, its unnatural reflection scattering the peak's harmonic response, leaving the winds directionless. With Pip's guidance, they rallied the forest. Badgers dug trenches to tilt the shard. Squirrels wove vines into a net. Fireflies lit their path as night deepened, their glow a constellation of determination. Bramble, heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum, climbed onto Sorrel's back as she nudged the shard into the net. Together they hauled it away from the peaks, burying it deep in clay where its reflection could harm no one. As the last clod of earth settled, a sigh rippled through the trees. Then a whisper. A gentle, cool caress brushed Bramble's spines. It carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples. The breath of seasons returned. It swirled through the whisperwood, rustling leaves into bursts of gold and scarlet. Rain followed, soft and sweet, pattering on the canopy like 1,000 tiny drums. The creek laughed again, and flowers raised their faces to drink. In the heartstone glade, Fern spread her wings as Pip danced in circles. "You listened," Sorrel murmured to Bramble, her eyes crinkling with pride. "Not just with your ears, but with your heart. Balance isn't kept by force, but by tending every thread in the web." That night, as Bramble curled in his burrow, the forest sang him to sleep. Outside, autumn's first frost painted silver lace on spiderwebs, and the wind hummed the ancient lullaby of change and renewal. He dreamed of roots deep in the dark earth, of stars winking through the canopy, and of Sorrel's voice, warm and sure, "When harmony flows, all things grow." And in that knowing, wrapped in the scent of lavender and the forest's restored breath, Bramble drifted into peaceful slumber, cradled by the eternal dance of the whisperwood. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned. Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bogrot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower, It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. The whisper reeds, Silas exclaimed. Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds, aimed right at the sludge. The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. Now, Theo. Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bogrot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic. Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Selah, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Selah, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection. Connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Selah tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley, the great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Selah's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener, rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. The earth knows when we cling too tightly. Selah sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals? Ah, hummed Grand Willow. But what if they become something new? Before Selah could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. Selah, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already. Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Selah's worried face. Come see. Reluctantly, Selah followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Selah knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. The magic's touching me already. Not touching, corrected Grand Willow gently. Responding. Over the next days, Selah's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moonpetals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Selah sighed, which was often. Change is a storm, Selah fretted, patting a wilted bloom. It breaks things. Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. Remember when my wings were dull brown, I hated it, but Grand Willow said, be patient. Your light needs time to find its song. The firefly whirled joyfully. Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, sailors. That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward grand willow. Trust, whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. They're part of you now, Grand Willow murmured. Breathe. Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. You're growing with it, she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, I scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did, through the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens, and who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge, I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed. He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. Problem is, the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless. Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "You know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. "Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading." He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. "Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes." He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. "And that stone, it seems to trust you. Might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger." An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. "Friend?" it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. "I'll help. We'll take it home." Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. "Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path." He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. "This way, towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be." Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone, held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. "The shadowed path," Finn whispered, opening their eyes. "The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water." Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. "HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick." He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. "Lead on then, but carefully." The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the singing creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. "Great roots and burrows," Thorn muttered. "No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled." He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. "We need to clear it," Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. "Right you," he pointed a claw at Finn, "stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look." He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. "Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready?" Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. "Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you." He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of the ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots, perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. "Some doors," she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, "are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond." One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something sweet and unfamiliar tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. You listened, she said softly. To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it. Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling. She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. A stone from the river singing its thanks, keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders. As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kalin. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kalin preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelin reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelin fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelin dressed quietly and, almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelin's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelin could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kaelin came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kaelin reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kaelin stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kaelin approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kaelin stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kaelin," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmered Elve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmer Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kalen, their eyes shining. "You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved." Kalen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. "And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too." As the balance restored itself, Kalen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. "You will always be welcome here," Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kalen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. "Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places." Kalen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. "I'll come back," they promised, "and I'll bring more stories." The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kaelin stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. "You've been on a journey," she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kaelin nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. "I found where the light comes from," they said softly. "And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are." Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. "Then the lantern has found its true keeper." That night, as Kaelin lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kaelin realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kaelin drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. Deep within the heart of the world lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a soft, silver-touched glow that painted the world in shades of pearl and shadow. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that settles in your bones and whispers of forgotten dreams. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves found herself unable to sleep. She padded softly through the mossy undergrowth, her paws making no sound on the velvet carpet of fallen pine needles. Above her, the branches of the elder trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the forest understood, a soft rustling that spoke of faraway winds and starlit journeys. She came to a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and here she paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound, the gentle patter of dew beginning to form on leaves, the distant babble of a stream conversing with smooth, water-worn stones, and the occasional soft hoot of an owl from the highest branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in Lumenwood. It was this owl that the young fox sought. She had heard tales of his wisdom, of how he understood the secret languages of all things, the whispered stories of stones, the singing of streams, and the deep, slow dreams of trees. As if summoned by her thoughts, a feather-soft sound rustled above, and the owl descended on silent wings to perch on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "You are restless, little one," he said, his voice like the stirring of leaves in a gentle breeze. The fox nodded, her whiskers trembling. "The forest feels different tonight. There's a tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath." The owl blinked slowly. "The seasons are turning. Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's slumber. The forest knows it is time to rest, but change is always accompanied by a certain quiet unease." He gestured with his beak toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Watch," he whispered. As they watched, the bioluminescent fungi began to brighten and dim in a rhythmic pattern, casting dancing shadows on the tree trunks. It was a language of light, a silent conversation between earth and root. "They are sharing memories of summer," the owl explained, storing its warmth and light for the long sleep ahead. The young fox tilted her head. "But how does that help? The cold will still come." "Ah," said the owl, "that is where the magic lies. The forest does not fight the cycles, it embraces them. It understands that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength." As if to illustrate his point, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Each droplet carried with it the promise of renewal, whispering to the roots below of the life they would nurture come spring. "Listen to the rain," the owl murmured. "It speaks the language of hope. Each drop is a story waiting to be told to the sleeping seeds." The fox closed her eyes, and in the gentle percussion of rain on leaves, she heard it, a soothing, rhythmic melody that eased the restlessness in her heart. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings. "There is more to see." He led her to the banks of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The fox watched as the stones seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. "The stones remember," the owl said. "They have witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. They know that after every winter, without fail, the spring returns." One particularly large stone, moss-covered and ancient, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. The fox approached it cautiously and laid her paw upon its surface. To her surprise, she felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady heartbeat, echoing the rhythm of the earth itself. "It's comforting," she whispered. The owl nodded. "That is the wisdom of the stones. They teach us constancy, patience. They remind us that some things endure through all changes." As the night deepened, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars. The clearing where they stood began to shimmer as thousands of fireflies emerged, their golden lights weaving intricate patterns in the air, a living constellation mirroring the one above. "The fireflies write the stories of the night sky upon the air," the owl explained. "They are the scribes of the starlight, reminding us that even in darkness there is beauty and guidance." The young fox watched, mesmerized, as the light patterns shifted and danced. She noticed how they sometimes formed shapes she recognized, a curling fern, a falling leaf, a snowflake, each a promise of the season to come. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The unease I felt, it wasn't fear. It was just the forest preparing to dream. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Exactly so. The tension you sensed is like the moment between breaths, necessary, natural. Without the quiet of winter, the exuberance of spring would have no meaning." As they stood together in the starlit clearing, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby, while the stream continued its gentle babbling, a constant, reassuring presence. "Remember this night," the owl said, his voice growing softer as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember that rest is not emptiness but fullness in waiting. That darkness is not absence but a different kind of presence." The young fox nodded, feeling a peace settle over her that was as deep and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. She watched as the bioluminescent fungi gradually dimmed their lights, storing their glow for another night. The fireflies settled among the dewy grasses like fallen stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the owl, but when she turned, he had already taken flight, a silent shadow against the brightening sky. Alone but not lonely, the fox made her way back to her den. As she curled up in her soft bed of dried ferns and moss, she listened to the waking forest, the first birds beginning their morning songs, the gentle creak of trees stretching in the dawn light, the distant murmur of the stream still sharing its stories with the stones. And she understood, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would continue long after her seasons had turned. The magic of Lumenwood wasn't just in the glowing mushrooms or whispering trees. It was in this understanding, this deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest rest, the world is dreaming of new wonders yet to come. Outside her den, the first snowflake of the season drifted down, catching the morning light like a tiny prism before settling softly on a moss-covered stone, a perfect, quiet promise of the peace that winter brings. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the 2 stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantel, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch? It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. I truly didn't mean to, Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. My name's Oliver. I followed this compass. He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. The Heartwood Seeker, it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill. It gave a small, grudging nod. Keeper of the moon moss and apparently reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders. It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. But things aren't right, Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. Their inscription says, "Seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help. Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it. But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly. And for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the Vale was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the Vale without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted. Not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the Vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the Vale within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger," clumsy oaf. "And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the Vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the Vale, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. Deep in the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels of time and moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very roots of the forest. Here the air hummed with the breath of magic, a gentle force that stirred the petals of dawn-touched flowers and guided the dance of fireflies in the twilight. Among them was a young fox named Bramble, whose russet fur held the warmth of autumn leaves, and whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of spring's first bud. Each season the forest celebrated the turning, a sacred alignment where the boundaries between earth and enchantment thinned. In spring the blossom song would begin, a melody sung by the wind through newly unfurled leaves, coaxing sleeping seeds to life. Summer brought the rainweavers, tiny tree frogs whose croaks summoned gentle showers that painted rainbows in the mist. Autumn belonged to the leaf-keepers, squirrels who gathered fallen foliage not for nests, but to weave them into shimmering cloaks that stored sunlight for the barren months. And winter. Winter was guarded by the frost sprites, ethereal beings who spun ice crystals into lace to protect sleeping roots from the bitter cold. But this year, as the first blush of spring painted the forest, an unsettling chill lingered. Bramble noticed it one dew-kissed morning while padding toward the sunken brook. The water, usually murmuring with melted snow, lay silent under a skin of ice. Bluebells bowed under unexpected frost, their petals brittle as glass. Even the air tasted sharp, like unripe berries, where it should have been sweet with cherry blossoms. Worried, Bramble sought old Badger in his set beneath the grandfather oak. The set's walls, lined with dried moss and velvety lichen, held the earthy scent of wisdom. Old Badger's fur was grizzled with age, his claws worn smooth from tracing maps of the forest's ley lines in the soil. "Ah, little traveler," he rasped, stirring a pot of thyme-scented tea over a glowworm lamp. "The balance trembles, the frost sprites have not retreated to their northern caves, their icy threads cling where warmth should reign." Bramble's ears drooped. "But why, Elder?" the rainweavers sang the thawing songs weeks ago. Old Badger poured tea into an acorn cup, the steam curling like ghostly vines. "Long ago, when I was but a cub, a similar frost came. The heartstone, a crystal born from the forest's first lightning strike, had cracked, its warmth faltered, and winter's fingers crept too far south." He gestured to a tapestry on the wall, woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, depicting a glowing stone nestled in the roots of the guardian tree. "We mended it then with kindness, a drop of honey from the hive mother, a tear of joy from the brook's spirit, and a chorus of the forest's purest laughter." Determined, Bramble gathered friends, Pip, a sparrow whose wings shimmered with iridescent dew, and Moss, a rabbit whose fur held the softness of twilight shadows. Together they journeyed to the guardian tree, a colossal willow whose branches wept silver tendrils into a pool of liquid starlight. At its base the heartstone pulsed weakly, its usual amber light dimmed to a flicker. Frost sprites fluttered nearby, their delicate forms shivering not from cold, but sorrow. "Our queen is lost," whispered one, her voice like icicles chiming. "She wandered into the shadowed vale, lured by echoes of eternal winter. Without her song, we cannot weave the frost away." The shadowed vale lay beyond the forest's edge, a place where sunlight dared not tread. Bramble's heart quivered, but Pip trilled courageously. "We'll find her, the veil fears laughter, it melts gloom like sunshine." Moss nodded, thumping a steady rhythm on the earth. "And I know the hidden paths, follow my thumps." Their quest led them through groves where mushrooms glowed like fallen constellations, across streams where water spirits wove liquid bridges of lily pads, and into thickets where sentient vines curled protectively around them. In the vale, darkness clung like wet velvet, and the air smelled of forgotten things. There amid skeletal trees sat the Frost Queen, a being of crystalline beauty, her eyes hollow as she hummed a dirge to the frozen ground. "Your Majesty," Bramble called softly, "the forest needs your frost to rest, not to linger." The Queen's voice cracked. "Why should I return? The veil whispers that warmth forgets the beauty of stillness." Then Pip did something extraordinary. He flew to a gnarled branch and sang, not a forest melody, but a silly, chirping tune about a worm who wore a hat of clover. Moss joined in with a comical wiggle dance, kicking up puffs of frost. Bramble, recalling old Badger's lesson, offered a story, In summer, the rainweaver's showers make rainbows. In autumn, the leaf-keeper's cloaks glow like captured sunsets. Your winter lace is part of the dance, not the whole song. As he spoke, he placed a thawed bluebell at her feet, its petals releasing a honeyed sigh. A tear, clear and warm as spring sap, welled in the frost queen's eye. It fell onto the heartstone Bramble had brought, sealing its crack with a sound like chimes. The stone blazed anew, its light piercing the veil's gloom. Laughing, the queen gathered her sprites. "Forgive me, I mistook solitude for strength, forgetting that balance needs all voices." Together they wove one final tapestry of frost, a glittering bridge leading home. Back at the guardian tree, the forest waited. As the frost queen sang a high, crystalline note, her sprites spun the lingering ice into 1,000 shimmering threads that lifted skyward, dissolving into the dawn. Warmth rushed back, brooks babbled, bluebells straightened like eager children, and the blossom song swelled from every branch, scattering golden pollen that smelled of hope and apricots. That evening, creatures gathered beneath the grandfather oak for the Bloomfire feast. Fireflies strung lanterns in the boughs, badgers passed mushroom pies, and frogs drummed on lily pads. Bramble curled beside old Badger, watching the Frost Queen dance with Pip atop a toadstool, her laughter now bright as sleigh bells. "You see, little one," murmured the Badger, his eyes reflecting the fire's glow, "harmony isn't the absence of winter or storm. It's the trust that every season has its purpose, and every heart, no matter how icy, can thaw when met with kindness." As stars embroidered the sky, the forest sighed into contented silence. The heartstone pulsed steadily, its light a golden promise in the roots of the guardian tree. And Bramble, nestled in a bed of clover, dreamed of dappled sunlight and the gentle, everlasting rhythm of the turning, a lullaby sung by the world itself, reminding all who listened that balance, like friendship, is tended one warm breath at a time. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the room like golden fairies. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, but here, nestled in blankets, all was safe and still. "Tonight I shall tell you a story of quiet magic, of hidden worlds, and of a light that glows with the warmth of a heart finding its way home." In a small village nestled in a valley where the mountains kissed the sky, there lived a young boy named Leo. Leo was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart that often felt too big for his small world. While other children raced through the meadows playing games of chase and laughter, Leo preferred to sit beneath the great willow tree by the brook, listening to the water tell its endless story. He felt, in a way he couldn't quite explain, that he was waiting for something. A sign. A purpose. A warmth he couldn't find by the hearthside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks and painted the sky in shades of violet and rose, Leo's grandmother called him to her side. Her hands, wrinkled like a well-loved map, held a small object wrapped in faded velvet. "Leo," she said, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "This has been in our family for longer than the oldest oak in the forest. It is a locket, but it holds no picture. It holds a promise." She placed the cool, smooth object in his palm. It was an oval locket made of a strange, dark metal that seemed to drink the fading light. It was utterly plain, with no clasp, no hinge, and no way to open it. "They say," his grandmother continued, her eyes twinkling with a light that seemed to come from within, "that it only glows for the one who is meant to find what was lost. It is a guide, a warmth in the darkness, but its light is not for seeing with the eyes, Leo. It is for feeling with the heart." That night Leo lay in his bed, the locket held tightly in his hand. The moon rose, a silver coin in a velvet sky, and its light streamed through his window. And then something miraculous happened. A gentle warmth began to spread from the locket, a soft, pulsing heat that felt like a tiny heartbeat against his palm. He uncurled his fingers. There in the center of the dark metal, a faint, golden light was beginning to glow. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, of honey in sunlight, of pure, gentle magic. His breath caught in his throat. The light pulsed slowly, rhythmically, and with each pulse he felt a gentle tug, a silent calling from deep within the ancient forest that bordered their village. The Whispering Woods, a place the elders spoke of in hushed tones, a place of secrets and old magic. The next morning, with the locket hanging securely around his neck, hidden beneath his tunic, Leo packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of cool water. The ember light within the locket was a constant, warm presence against his chest, its gentle pull a compass in his blood. He told his grandmother he was going to explore the woods, and she simply smiled, her knowing eyes seeing more than he could say. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was an archway of intertwined hawthorn trees, their branches gnarled and wise. As Leo stepped across the threshold, the air changed. It grew stiller, cooler, and filled with the rich, damp scent of earth and moss. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in scattered shafts, illuminating dancing motes of dust. The world outside seemed to fade away, replaced by the deep, breathing silence of the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, following the soft, insistent tug of the locket. The path was not a path of stone or dirt, but one of intuition. He stepped over roots that looked like sleeping serpents, brushed past ferns that unfurled like green blessings, and listened to the symphony of the woods. The chatter of a squirrel, the distant hammering of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. It was during a moment of rest, as he sat on a moss-covered log sipping his water, that he heard a different sound. It was a small, frustrated snuffling, followed by a sad little whimper. Curiosity overriding caution, Leo crept towards the sound. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he found a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a twilight sky, a deep, silvery gray dappled with hints of dusky purple, and its eyes were not amber, but a luminous, intelligent green. One of its back legs was trapped, not in a hunter's snare, but in the twisted, grasping roots of an ancient tree that had seemingly come alive to hold it fast. The fox stopped struggling as it saw Leo, its green eyes wide with fear and pain. "It's all right," Leo said softly, his voice barely a whisper. He approached slowly, his hands held out to show he meant no harm. "I won't hurt you." The fox watched him, trembling. As Leo drew nearer, the locket against his chest flared with a sudden, warmer pulse. The fox's eyes flickered down to Leo's chest and then back to his face, and a strange understanding seemed to pass between them. The fear in its eyes softened into a desperate hope. Leo knelt and examined the root. It was thick and woody, wrapped tightly around the fox's slender leg. He pulled and tugged, but it was no use. The root was as strong as iron. He looked around for a sharp stone, but found none. He was about to despair when the locket pulsed again, and an idea, clear and calm, blossomed in his mind. He wasn't supposed to break the root. He was supposed to ask it. It was the strangest thought he'd ever had. But the warmth of the locket urged him to trust it. He placed his hands on the rough bark of the root. He closed his eyes, trying to pour all his gentle intention, all his desire to help, into his touch. "Please," he whispered to the ancient tree. "Please let him go. He means you no harm." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, groaning shudder ran through the root. Slowly, as if waking from a long sleep, the woody coil began to unwind itself. It loosened its grip, creaking and sighing, until finally the fox's leg was free. The fox scrambled back, limping slightly, and shook its leg. It then turned its luminous green eyes on Leo, and to Leo's astonishment, it dipped its head in a clear, graceful bow of thanks. "You're welcome," Leo said, his heart swelling with a joy he'd never known. the fox did not run away. Instead, it took a tentative step closer, then another, until it was close enough to nudge Leo's hand with its cool, wet nose. A friendship unexpected and warm was forged in that sun-dappled clearing. "I'm looking for something," Leo said, though he wasn't sure why he was telling a fox. "The locket is guiding me." The fox tilted its head, then turned and took a few limping steps towards a deeper part of the forest. It looked back at Leo, waiting. It was offering to guide him. And so, the boy and the twilight fox journeyed deeper into the whispering woods. The fox, whom Leo learned was named Finn through a series of understanding looks and gestures, knew the secrets of the forest. He led Leo along hidden animal trails, to a spring where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, and past meadows of flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. As they walked, Leo told Finn about his village, his grandmother, and the feeling of waiting for something more. Finn listened, his intelligent eyes missing nothing. The mystery of the locket's purpose began to unfold like the delicate petals of a night-blooming flower. The light would grow warmer and brighter when they were on the right path, and would dim to a faint glow if they strayed. It was not leading him to a place, Leo realized, but to a feeling. A state of being. One afternoon they came upon a part of the forest that was dying. The trees were skeletal, their leaves gray and brittle. The air was cold and carried no birdsong. A deep sadness hung over everything. In the center of this blight stood a single, magnificent tree, larger than any Leo had ever seen, but it was weeping a strange, black sap from a gash in its trunk. The locket on Leo's chest grew so hot it was almost uncomfortable, its light shining like a tiny star against the gloom. This was it. This was what he was meant to find. He approached the great tree, Finn staying close by his side, a low whine in his throat. Leo placed his hand on the rough, suffering bark. He could feel its pain, a deep, aching throb that echoed in his own bones. The tree was the heart of this part of the forest, and it was wounded, and its sorrow was poisoning the land around it. The gash was too big, too deep. He had no tools, no medicine. Despair threatened to wash over him. But then he remembered the root that had trapped Finn. He hadn't forced it. He had asked it. He had connected with it. He looked at the locket, now glowing with a fierce, loving light. Its promise was not of a tool, but of an ability. The ability to understand, to feel, to heal not by force, but by friendship. He sat down at the base of the great tree, leaning his back against it. Finn curled up beside him. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't try to think of a solution. Instead, he simply listened. He poured all his compassion, all the warmth from the locket and from his own heart, towards the ancient being. He shared its sadness, its fear of fading away. He sent it images of the vibrant forest it once nurtured, of the sun on its leaves, of the birds nesting in its branches. He offered it his friendship. He sat there for a long, long time, until the sun began to set. He felt a single, warm tear trace a path down his cheek. As it fell onto the root beneath him, something extraordinary happened. The locket's light flared one last, brilliant time, and then the light didn't fade. It poured out of the locket not as light, but as a wave of palpable, golden warmth. It flowed from Leo's chest, over his hands, and into the tree. It seeped into the gash, and where it touched the black sap, the sap turned clear and golden, like tree blood made of sunlight. The gash began to knit itself together, the bark weaving over the wound until it was whole again. A shudder of life ran through the great tree. Its gray leaves shivered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. The color spread out from the tree like a ripple in a pond, flowing through the soil, up the trunks of the skeletal trees, across the brittle grass. Life returned to the grove. Birds began to sing again. The air lost its chill. The transformation was complete. Leo stood up, weary but filled with a profound peace. The locket around his neck was dark and cool once more, its purpose fulfilled. He understood now. The journey had transformed him. He was no longer the boy who waited. He was a boy who listened, who understood, who could be a friend to the world. Finn nudged his hand, his green eyes shining with pride. Their journey back through the now-living forest was a quiet celebration. They did not speak, for no words were needed. The understanding between them was a warm, steady glow that needed no ember light. When Leo finally emerged from the whispering woods, the moon was high. He turned to say goodbye to his friend. Finn pressed his head against Leo's leg one last time, then turned and disappeared into the shadows between the trees, a creature of magic returning to his world. Leo walked back to his village, a different boy from the one who had left. He went straight to his grandmother's cottage. She was waiting by the fire, as if she had known he would return at this exact moment. He didn't need to say a word. He simply took the now-dark locket from his neck and placed it in her hand. She smiled, a smile that held the wisdom of ages. "You found it," she said. "I did," Leo replied, his voice steady and sure. "It was never about finding a thing. It was about finding a part of myself." His grandmother nodded, closing her fingers around the locket. "The light was always your own, my dear. The locket just helped you see it." That night, Leo slept a deep and dreamless sleep. He had journeyed into the unknown and found not a treasure, but a truth. He had discovered that the greatest magic is not in glowing lockets or talking foxes, though those are wonderful things. The greatest magic is a heart that is open, a hand that is offered in help, and the quiet, steady warmth of true friendship. And he carried that magic with him, a gentle, glowing ember in his soul, for the rest of his days. And so the fire crackles on, its warm light a promise against the night. The story is told, its magic lingering in the air like the scent of pine. May its warmth guide you, may its peace hold you, and may you journey into dreams knowing that the gentlest magic of all is already within you, waiting to glow. Sleep now. All is well. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer green, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something, hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. "The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns." Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Lyra sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Lyra was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Lyra felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Lyra began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world." Lyra pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Lyra. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Lyra set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Lyra walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Lyra paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be get a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Lyra sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Lyra closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelin. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kaelin often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kaelin sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kaelin noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kaelin felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kaelin sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Lyra, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kaelin welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Lyra's gaze fell upon Kaelin's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kaelin looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Lyra's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kaelin nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Lyra smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Lyra led Kaelin through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Lyra, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Lyra plucked one and placed it in Kaelin's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kaelin returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Lyra, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Lyra a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Lyra took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Lyra, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Lyra's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Lyra approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Lyra turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. I know every hidden glade, follow my light. With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the Elder Tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the Elder Tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the Elder Tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Elder Tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kalen often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kalen's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. "He called it an embark stone. He said it held a memory of light." Kalen turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while, his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kalen, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kalen found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kalen followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the embark stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kalen ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kaelin at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kaelin with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kaelin said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kaelin's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. "The Emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten." "You can talk?" Kaelin asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. "In a manner of speaking," the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. "Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable." Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kaelin visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing Emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. "The heart of this place is a great luminy tree," Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. "Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever." Kaelin's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. "There must be something we can do," he said, the Emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. "The old stories say the lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light." Kaelin understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kaelin to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kaelin approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the ember stone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. "And this," he said, his voice full of emotion, "this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there." As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the ember stone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull, gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire Glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kalen's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. "You reminded it," Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. "You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own." Kalen sat back, watching the Lumini tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kalen turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kalen stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kalen nodded, pulling the ember stone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind Fable, and the great Lumini tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror waiting for you to look into it." Kalen knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely, and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream, a stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello." Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature. A small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Lyo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lied, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo, but since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. "The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise." The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. "She had a kind heart," Flicker chimed softly. "She visited here often." Leo looked at the glimmerwing, surprised. "You knew her." "All who carry heartstones are known to us," Flicker said. "They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree." For a long moment Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness, connection, the simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves. Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. "What do I do with it?" he asked. "Whatever feels right," Flicker replied. "Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember." But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree. Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. "What can we do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. "The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust." Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried, and how it had lessened here, in this place of connection. He looked at the Heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. "You are not alone," he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. "And neither am I." The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the Heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the woods seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the Heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. Deep within the whisperwood, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. The air here hummed with unseen currents, smelling perpetually of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and the faint, sweet tang of moonberries ripening on hidden vines. Sunlight, when it pierced the emerald canopy, fell in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. At night the forest floor glowed softly with foxfire moss, painting pathways in cool, bioluminescent blues and greens. Pip's world was one of intricate, hidden lives. He shared his burrow beneath the roots of a grandfather oak with his mother, whose quills held the silvery sheen of countless moons. He knew the precise rhythm of the woodpecker family high in the ash tree, the meticulous weaving of the spider, Mistress Arachne, between the holly bushes, and the shy, nocturnal foraging of the badger clan in the fern dell. Each creature, from the tiniest glowworm to the majestic, rarely seen stag beetle, played a part in the great balance, a delicate harmony maintained by the forest itself, and whispered about by the oldest inhabitants. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Pip nosed through a carpet of rustling, crimson maple leaves searching for plump hazelnuts, he noticed something unsettling. The air, usually crisp and invigorating, felt heavy and strangely still. The vibrant hum of insects was muted. Even the usually boisterous chatter of squirrels seemed subdued. High above, perched on a moon-silvered branch, sat the great gray owl, known simply as Old Hoot. His eyes, vast pools of ancient amber, observed the forest with profound stillness. "Old Hoot," Pip called up, his small voice echoing slightly in the unnatural quiet. "Why does the forest hold its breath? The air tastes flat." Old Hoot swiveled his head slowly, his feathers ruffling like old parchment. "Young Pip," he hooted softly, a sound like wind through hollow reeds. "The great balance trembles, the autumn equinox approaches, the time when the veil between the seen and the unseen grows thin, but the harmony feels frayed, the whispering stones by the crystal spring murmur of unease. The the whispering stones. Pip had heard tales of them, 3 smooth, moss-covered boulders nestled near the heart of the forest, where the clearest water bubbled from the earth. They were said to be the forest's memory, resonating with its deepest rhythms. A tremor of both fear and excitement ran down Pip's spines. "What troubles the stones, old Hoot?" "A dissonance," the owl replied, his voice grave. "A shift in the ancient patterns. The magic that ties leaf fall to frost, berry ripening to starlight, is faltering. If the equinox arrives and the balance is not restored, the magic woven into the whisperwood might unravel. The gentle rains could turn harsh, the protective mists might vanish, and the deep, nourishing sleep of winter, it might not come." Pip's heart clenched. Without winter's deep sleep, the forest couldn't renew itself. The thought of brittle, lifeless trees and silent, hungry creatures filled him with dread. "What can we do?" "Seek the Wisdom Keeper," old Hoot advised. "Follow the scent of frost-kissed ferns and the sound of water laughing over smooth pebbles. She dwells where the oldest magic gathers." The Wisdom Keeper. Pip knew only legends, an ageless creature, guardian of the forest's deepest lore. He took a deep breath, the scent of decaying leaves and distant frost suddenly sharp in his nostrils. He had to find her. Gathering his courage, Pip bid old Hoot farewell and set off, his tiny claws crunching softly on the deepening leaf litter. His journey led him deeper into the whisperwood than he had ever ventured. He followed a rivulet that chuckled over polished stones, its water icy cold and tasting faintly of minerals. He passed groves where trees seemed to lean together, sharing secrets in rustling sighs. He saw wonders, mushrooms that pulsed with soft internal light, patches of moss that shimmered like scattered emeralds, and once a fleeting glimpse of a creature woven from dappled sunlight and shadow that vanished like smoke. The air grew colder, carrying the clean, sharp scent of approaching frost. The path became steeper, winding between colossal, moss-draped boulders. Pip felt a thrumming in the earth beneath his paws, a deep, resonant vibration that matched the beat of his own heart. Then he heard a voice like the wind sighing through ancient pines, yet warm as sun-warmed stone. "Come closer, little seeker." Nestled in a small, sheltered clearing surrounded by towering firs stood a magnificent badger. Her fur was the color of storm clouds and starlight, streaked with pure white that seemed to glow faintly. Her eyes held the depth and calm of undisturbed forest pools. She was the Wisdom Keeper. Pip bowed his head respectfully, his spines lying flat. "Wisdom Keeper," he squeaked, the cold air making his breath plume. "Old Hoot sent me, the stones whisper of dissonance, the balance trembles." The badger regarded him with gentle understanding. "Indeed, young Pip, the threads of seasonal magic are tangled. The deep magic that connects the falling leaf to the forming frost crystal, the fading berry to the sleeping seed, it is strained." She nudged a pile of vibrant autumn leaves with her broad nose. "Feel them, they should hum with the promise of decay and renewal. They feel silent." Pip cautiously touched a brilliant orange leaf. It felt dry, brittle, devoid of the subtle warmth and energy he associated with autumn's transformation. "Why?" he asked. "The source of the dissonance lies deep," the Wisdom Keeper murmured. "Near the whispering stones themselves, something disrupts the flow of the spring, the heart water of the forest. It blocks the resonance, silences the harmony." She sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering. "I am bound to this glade by ancient wards during the equinox thinning. I cannot go. But you, young Pip, small and keen of sense, you can journey where I cannot. You must find the source of the blockage and clear it. Listen to the stones, they will guide you." The task felt enormous. Pip was just a small hedgehog. But the image of the silent life, the heavy air, the fear in old Hoot's voice spurred him on. He nodded, determination hardening within him. "I will try." The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to his forehead. A wave of calm and quiet strength washed over him, smelling of cedar and cold stone. Trust the forest, Pip, trust your friends, listen with more than your ears. Guided by the Wisdom Keeper's instructions and the increasingly strong vibration in the ground, Pip navigated the final stretch to the crystal spring. The air grew thick with the scent of ozone and wet rock. He emerged into a sacred grove. 3 colossal stones, smooth as river-worn pebbles but ancient as the hills, stood in a semicircle around a pool of water so clear it seemed like liquid air. The water bubbled gently from a fissure in the rock, but instead of its usual merry chuckle, the sound was choked, gurgling weakly. Around the stones, the vibrant moss looked dull and gray. The stones themselves emitted a low, discordant hum, a sound that vibrated unpleasantly in Pip's bones. He approached cautiously, his senses straining. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as the Wisdom Keeper had advised. Beneath the discord he heard faint whispers, sighs of the wind, the murmur of roots deep underground, the echo of falling leaves. They spoke of obstruction, of something foreign wedged deep within the spring's source. Pip peered into the bubbling fissure. The water struggled to rise, swirling sluggishly around something dark and jagged lodged deep within the rock. It looked like a piece of cold, black iron, perhaps lost long ago, now poisoning the pure flow. Its presence felt utterly wrong, a harsh, metallic dissonance against the forest's soft, organic magic. He tried to reach it with his small paws, but the fissure was too narrow, the water too deep. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he move it? He was too small. Remembering the Wisdom Keeper's words, "Trust your friends," Pip took a deep breath and focused. He sent out a silent call, not with sound, but with the quiet urgency of his heart, amplified by the grove's fading magic. He pictured the choked spring, the silent stones, the need for strong paws and clever minds. Moments later, a rustle came from the ferns. Bramble, the sturdy young badger from the dell, emerged, his dark eyes serious. Then came Willow, the quick-witted squirrel, her bushy tail twitching with concern. Even Mistress Arachne descended on a silken thread, her many eyes reflecting the dim light. They had felt Pip's silent summons, the tremor in the balance reaching their hearts. "We heard the forest sigh, Pip," Bramble rumbled softly. "What needs doing?" Pip explained quickly, pointing to the choked fissure. "The black thing, it blocks the heart water. It silences the stones." Willow scampered to the edge. "Too deep for paws, too narrow for snouts," she chattered. Mistress Arachne surveyed the opening thoughtfully. "Strength alone will not serve," she whispered, her voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "The way is constricted. Weave a net of strength and cunning." An idea sparked in Pip's mind. "Bramble, your claws are strong. Can you loosen the earth around the rock? Willow, your tail is powerful. Could it stir the water, shift the thing upwards? Mistress Arachne, could you weave a net, strong and fine, to catch it if it moves?" Bramble nodded, immediately setting his powerful claws to work, carefully scraping and loosening the wet earth and smaller stones packed around the dark obstruction. Willow positioned herself downstream, her magnificent tail submerged, ready to create a powerful current. Mistress Arachne worked with astonishing speed, spinning strands of silk tougher than leather, weaving them into a delicate but incredibly strong net held taut between 2 sturdy ferns near the water's surface. Pip directed, his heart pounding. "Now, Bramble, gently loosen it. Willow, now push the water." Bramble gave a focused grunt, dislodging a key piece of sediment. Willow whipped her tail with all her might, creating a sudden, forceful surge of water rushing up the fissure. The black object shifted, wobbled, then was abruptly lifted by the churning water. It shot upwards, tumbling through the current. "Now, Mistress Arachne," Pip cried. The spider's net, perfectly positioned, caught the tumbling object. It was indeed a large, sharp shard of black iron, cold and inert. As it landed in the net, a visible shudder ran through the stones. The discordant hum ceased abruptly, replaced by a profound, resonant silence. Then a new sound began. A deep, harmonious thrumming rose from the stones, vibrating through the earth, the water, the very air. It was the sound of the forest breathing freely again. The choked gurgle of the spring transformed into a joyous, crystal-clear burble as water surged freely from the fissure, pure and sparkling, filling the pool until it overflowed in a tiny, laughing stream. The effect was immediate and magical. The gray moss around the stones flushed vibrant green. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of ozone and fresh water. High above, a shaft of late afternoon sun pierced the canopy, striking the pool and sending rainbows dancing across the stones and the surrounding ferns. Relief washed over Pip, warm and sweet as summer honey. Bramble rumbled with satisfaction, Willow did a joyful flip, and Mistress Arachne carefully bundled the cold iron shard in her silk, ready to carry it far away from the sacred spring. As Pip and his friends made their way back through the Whisperwood, the change was palpable. The air hummed with the busy sounds of insects preparing for evening. Squirrels chattered brightly. The leaves, though still falling, now rustled with a vibrant energy, each one seeming to glow with its own inner light as it spiraled down. The scent of frost-kissed ferns was strong and pure, carrying the promise of the deep, renewing sleep to come. They found Old Hoot and the Wisdom Keeper waiting near Pip's burrow. The great gray owl nodded solemnly. The harmony sings true once more, young Pip, the stones murmur of gratitude. The Wisdom Keeper touched her nose to Pip's again, then to each of his friends. You listened, you worked together, you understood that strength comes in many forms and that the smallest voice, when joined with others in harmony, can mend the greatest tear in the balance. This wisdom, woven into the Whisperwood tonight, will echo through generations. As the first true frost of the season began to delicately lace the edges of leaves and sparkle on spiderwebs under the rising moon, Pip snuggled deep into his burrow beside his mother. The forest outside whispered its nightly lullaby, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pines, the distant hoot of Old Hoot, the soothing chuckle of the newly freed Crystal Springs stream. The air smelled of cold earth, wood smoke from distant hearths, real or imagined, and the sweet, clean promise of winter's rest. He had felt the forest's fear and witnessed its healing. He had learned that balance wasn't stillness, but a dynamic dance requiring every note, every creature, every season playing its part. The whispering stones hummed their deep, resonant song of harmony, a comforting vibration felt through the roots of the grandfather oak, a gentle reminder that even in the deepest, most ancient woods, wisdom, friendship, and courage could always light the way and restore the peace. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the soft glow of foxfire moss outside his burrow pulsed gently, like the forest's own steady, sleeping heartbeat. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the Little Dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in Mrs. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the sun always seemed to set a little softer, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach. Chimneys puffed gentle spirals of wood smoke, the scent mingling with cinnamon from the bakery and damp earth from the river banks. It was a place where cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lanterns glowed with a warm, buttery light come evening. Everyone knew everyone, and life flowed as smoothly as the Willow River itself. That was until the week the small, quiet strangeness began. It started with Mrs. Gable's prize-winning knitting. Every morning she'd find the intricate pattern on her half-finished woolen shawl subtly changed overnight. A cable twist would be reversed, a cluster of pearls misplaced. Then Old Man Hemlock reported his favorite walking stick, carved with owls and badgers, mysteriously propped upside down against his door each dawn. The baker, a kind woman named Agnes with flour perpetually dusting her apron, discovered her jars of rainbow sprinkles rearranged by color, not alphabetically as she always kept them. Small things. Puzzling things. Nothing frightening, just odd. A gentle murmur of confusion rippled through Willowbrook. Young Theo, with eyes the color of mossy stones and a quiet, observant nature, noticed the patterns first. He spent his afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook, often accompanied by his friend, a plump ginger cat named Marmalade, who seemed to know more than he let on. Theo saw the misplaced sprinkles in Agnes's window. He heard Mrs. Gable tutting over her knitting. He saw the upside-down walking stick. "It's like someone's tidying," Theo murmured to Marmalade one crisp afternoon, sitting on the old stone bridge overlooking the river. But getting it all wrong. Marmalade blinked slowly, a purr rumbling deep in his chest, as if agreeing. Theo also noticed something others missed, tiny, almost invisible flecks of silvery dust near each altered item, glittering faintly in the sunlight like crushed stardust. The strangeness escalated slightly. One morning, all the brass doorknobs along Maple Lane were polished to a blinding shine. The next, every flower pot on Widow Cleary's porch was turned precisely a quarter turn to the left. The village hummed with gentle bewilderment. Was it a prank? A very peculiar ghost? The tension was mild, a curious itch rather than a fright. Theo decided to investigate. He knew the village's unofficial wise soul was Agnes the baker. Her shop was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of rising dough and baking bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dancing dust motes. Theo found Agnes kneading a large lump of dough, her face serene despite the village's quiet puzzlement. Agnes, Theo began, placing a small jar containing a few flecks of the silvery dust on her flour-dusted counter. Have you seen this? It's near all the changed things. Agnes paused, wiping her hands on her apron. She peered at the dust, her eyes kind and thoughtful. She dipped a finger gently into the jar, then held it up to the light. The dust shimmered with an inner luminescence. Ah, she breathed, a soft smile touching her lips. Star thistle pollen, rare, only blooms under the light of a full moon in the Whisper Woods glade. The Whisper Woods bordered Willowbrook, a place of ancient trees and soft, sighing breezes. Respectful villagers entered, but rarely went deep, especially after dusk. It was said to be home to gentle, shy folk. This pollen, Agnes continued, her voice low and soothing like the crackle of her oven fire, belongs to the dust sprites. Tiny, shy creatures, no bigger than your thumb. They love order and tidiness, but they see the world a little differently. They find beauty in patterns we might miss. Theo's eyes widened. Dust sprites. He'd heard whispers of them, creatures woven from moonlight and cobwebs, who tended the hidden corners of the world. But why are they tidying Willowbrook and getting it wrong? Agnes chuckled softly. Perhaps they mean well, perhaps they're lost or confused, or maybe, she mused, looking thoughtfully at Marmalade, who had curled up on a warm sack of flour, they sense a change, a small discord they're trying in their own way to mend. Look for the pattern they see, Theo, not the one we expect, and look for where the dust is thickest. That might lead you to them. Armed with Agnes's wisdom, Theo became a gentle detective. He observed with fresh eyes. He noticed that the rearranged sprinkles formed a perfect, if nonsensical, rainbow spectrum. The altered knitting stitches, while wrong for the shawl, created a beautiful, intricate lattice pattern all on their own. The upside-down walking stick. Its carved creatures faced the rising sun perfectly when placed that way. The sprites weren't making mistakes. They were imposing a different kind of order, one based on color, symmetry, or light. Following the faint trails of star thistle pollen, shimmering like tiny fallen constellations on the cobblestones only visible at certain angles, Theo and Marmalade were led deeper into Willowbrook, towards the older part of the village where ivy climbed thickly over stone walls. The trail grew stronger near the ancient, disused mill house by the river bend. Its great water wheel stood silent, draped in moss. The pollen dust seemed to glow brighter here, especially near a crack in the old mill's foundation, half hidden behind a curtain of ferns. Theo knelt, his heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. Marmalade sat beside him, tail twitching. Theo peered into the crack. It wasn't just a crack, it opened into a small, shadowed space beneath the mill's stone floor. And there, catching the dappled afternoon light filtering through the ferns, was the source of the shimmering dust. Nestled on a bed of impossibly soft, silver moss were 5 tiny creatures. Dust sprites. They were delicate, almost translucent, their bodies seeming woven from cobwebs and moonbeams. Their hair was like spun thistledown, one pale blue, one silvery gray, one golden, one rose pink, and one moss green. Tiny, luminous eyes like captured stars blinked at him. They wore minute waistcoats fashioned from petals and beetle wings. Around them, arranged with meticulous care, were the missing items, a single pearl from Mrs. Gable's knitting basket, a sprinkle shaped like a tiny star, a sliver of polished brass from a doorknob, and a single, perfect dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass. They weren't stealing, they were collecting beauty, creating their own miniature, perfect order. One sprite, the one with moss-green hair, was meticulously polishing a tiny acorn cap with a scrap of cloth. Another, the rose-pink one, was carefully arranging the sprinkle, the pearl, the brass sliver, and the dewdrop into a symmetrical pattern on the moss. They hummed a sound so high and soft it was like the ringing of distant frost. They hadn't noticed Theo yet. He understood. They weren't lost or malicious. They were homesick. The Whisper Woods glade, Agnes had said, was where the star thistle bloomed. The old mill with its deep shadows and quiet river sounds felt safe, but it wasn't their moonlit glade. They were trying to recreate a sense of their lost order and beauty here, using fragments from the village they found lovely or intriguing. Their tidying was an attempt to make this new place feel like home, according to their own delicate sensibilities. Theo didn't startle them. He sat very still, breathing softly. Marmalade gave a low, reassuring purr. Slowly, Theo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, smooth river stone he always carried, striped with bands of gray and white. He placed it gently on the ground just outside the crack, not too close. It was beautiful in its simplicity, a piece of Willowbrook's order. The sprites froze. Their tiny star eyes fixed on the stone, then lifted to Theo's face. There was no fear, only intense curiosity. The moss-green sprite floated closer, hovering near the stone, tilting its head. "You like beautiful things," Theo whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling ferns. "We have beautiful things in Willowbrook, but maybe the Whisper Woods glade misses its beautiful things too. The star thistle needs its pollen," Agnes says. The sprites exchanged glances, their tiny forms shimmering. The rose-pink one pointed a minuscule finger towards the deeper woods, then back at their collection of treasures. A soft chime of sound, like tiny bells, echoed their confusion. Theo had an idea. He remembered Agnes mentioning the full moon was tonight. "The star thistle blooms tonight," he said softly. "Under the moon, it must be very beautiful in your glade then. Maybe you could take your beautiful things back, show them the moonlight." He gently nudged the river stone a fraction closer. "You can keep this, a piece of Willowbrook to remember, if you like." Understanding seemed to dawn in their luminous eyes. They chimed softly to each other. The moss-green sprite darted forward, impossibly light, and touched the river stone. It vanished, presumably tucked into some tiny, unseen pocket. Then with swift, delicate movements, they gathered their precious collection, the pearl, the sprinkle, the brass sliver, the dewdrop. One by one they floated out of the crack, hovering for a moment before Theo. They dipped in tiny, graceful bows. Then, like dandelion seeds caught in a breeze, they zipped away, a shimmering trail of star thistle pollen marking their path back towards the heart of the Whisper Woods. Theo watched them go, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. Marmalade bumped his head against Theo's hand, purring loudly. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to a different kind of quiet. Mrs. Gable found her knitting untouched, the pattern perfectly intact. Old Man Hemlock's walking stick stood right side up. Agnes's sprinkles were back in their alphabetical jars. But there were small, beautiful differences. On every doorstep lay a single, perfect autumn leaf, arranged just so. On the bridge railing, someone had woven a tiny, intricate wreath of dried river grass and wildflowers. And outside the bakery, perfectly centered, lay Theo's striped river stone. The mystery was solved. The village sighed a collective breath of gentle wonder. Agnes smiled knowingly at Theo when he came in for a warm cinnamon bun. "You found them then?" she asked, her voice warm as the oven. Theo nodded, biting into the sweet, soft bread. They were just homesick, trying to make things beautiful their own way. Agnes poured him a small cup of milky tea. "A wise observation, young Theo. Sometimes what seems like chaos is just a different kind of order. And kindness," she added, placing the river stone back into his hand, "is the best way to understand it. They left us beauty in return." life in Willowbrook returned to its peaceful flow. The brass doorknobs stayed polished, the flower pots remained slightly turned to catch the morning sun, small reminders of the dust sprite's visit. Occasionally, on nights when the full moon bathed the valley in silver light, villagers might catch a glimpse of tiny, shimmering forms dancing near the edge of the Whisper Woods, or find a single, impossibly perfect dewdrop on a windowsill. But the strange rearrangements stopped. The dust sprites were home, tending their moonlit glade, perhaps occasionally admiring a striped riverstone under the stars. Theo kept the stone on his windowsill. It reminded him that the world held gentle mysteries, solved not by fear, but by quiet watching, a wise friend and a kind heart. And as he drifted off to sleep each night in his cozy room, the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke drifting through the window, he sometimes fancied he could hear the faintest, sweetest chime on the breeze, a lullaby from the woods, a whisper of thanks carried on the stardust. All was peaceful, all was understood, and the gentle magic of Willowbrook and the world beyond felt just right. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. "Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need." And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn.